welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us for week number 3. This has been going on for the past 2 weekends where some incredible teams have performed, and right now what's about to get started is some FIFA 20 awesomeness. My name is Brother, your host. Joining me on the analyst desk today, it is going to be Phoenix to talk more about these players. How excited are you, mate? It is week number 3 now.
Thank you, brother, and I'm very excited. Last week we saw very amazing matches, and let's talk about today's match. We
Absolutely.
have two different set of players, which is Metronome, and UnFaizd, and the gameplay are quite similar. They both play very passively, but it comes to aggression, they play very aggressively as well. But if we talk about the teams, what the teams they choose, Liverpool and France, the most chosen team because their stats are very high, and I have high hopes from Metronome because he play very well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, also, Metronome is the first player in the Umzansi Esports League to have a draw up until now. I mean, the only player who last time when he played was up with a tie against Beukes for a 3-3. But as we move on forth today, I'm sure Metronome is going to be bringing some rhythmic gameplay as we saw last time. As he so eloquently put, it is a knock-by-knock performance coming in from both of these players, and it's an aggressive one as well. So talking about the prize pool, what are these lads fighting for? We are looking at Season 1, 500,000 rands. Season 2, 500,000 rands more. And when you combine it all together, of course, it's a whooping 1 million rands. That's the total prize pool for the entire league itself. And amongst that, of course, FIFA 20 gets its own lot that we just witnessed right now. That is 84,500 rands. But yes, with that, never mind what the money is about, because after all, it is about that name, right, Phoenix?
Yeah, every player wants to get that money, and I talk about Metronome. Okay, if he can draw the game, I think so he have that capability to win the game as well. And
Most
yes,
certainly.
Metronome, you can win. I have very high hopes from you, and let's see that what is going to happen.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's segue into the game itself. Match number 2, and match number 2 is where the final result is what we shall witness. Of course, it's a BO2 round that's about to get started. With that, of course, let's throw it to our casters and get this game started.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Phoenix, I really appreciate your enthusiasm, the support you have for Metronome. It's sick. Wasim really appreciates it, I'm sure. Today, I'm alone. My partner in crime, Snare, is MIA, so I'll be bringing the FIFA action by my lonesome. But it'll be a good game because we do have Wasim from Bravado on one side, taking on UnFaizd from Orlando Pirates on the other side. Rivalries between the clubs, rivalries between the players. I'm really looking forward to see how this match pans out, to be honest, because I think Wasim was a player where there was question marks around him, depending on which Wasim's going to show up for this tournament, and he played up against Divak from Bravado Gaming in his last matchup in, I think it was Saturday or Sunday last weekend. What a game of FIFA. It was under pressure. He was 2 goals behind in the leg, and he managed to pull things back together and really come back to tie up that series to get himself that draw. So he's coming in with a bit of momentum after pulling out that draw from nowhere. So I hope to see him build on that momentum and do well in this match now as well. Both teams are going to be picking up the Liverpool squads here, so we have that mirror match once again. For ease, of course, we'll be playing with the red team of Liverpool, the red-kitted Liverpool, and we'll see him on the white-kitted Liverpool. But now, dangerous position. Is UnFaizd going to get a shot off? Yes, he does. There's a goal. Opens up the game in the 3rd minute here with Sadio Mane. UnFaizd wasting no time. Absolutely. It's just crazy. In 3 minutes, he scores. Okay, all right. This game's cracked open straight up. Let's see how Wasim can respond, though. Going to have the possession here. Going to bring Alexander-Arnold right up the pitch. Getting his wingbacks involved in building the play. Not gonna play too quickly here. Going to try to look for that gap. Mane is running it through the center, but a lot of defenders around him. Firmino just going to hold onto the ball for now. We see him playing it slowly. Doesn't feel too rushed. Yeah, he's 1 goal down, but it's a 2-leg match. It's 3 minutes into the game. I mean, in FIFA, things can change in an instant. Like we saw UnFaizd score there. Now, ball goes through to Mohamed Salah in a dangerous position. Going to try get the pass back into the middle, but there's nobody there to capitalize. So, we see not managing to get that return goal just yet. Now, UnFaizd looking for the counter. He's got 3 players running forward. Going to send the through pass back over to Robertson. Oh, sorry, to Minamino. And oh my God, here's another shot. There's another goal. UnFaizd. He's 2 up already. It's 10 minutes and he's looking like a beast right now. 2 goals up in 10 minutes. Absolutely phenomenal start from him. 2 opportunities and 2 goals. And out of nowhere, look at this beautiful pass to Mohamed Salah. And if UnFaizd is going to get the ball in that kind of position in the box, there's no way he misses. He's going to score that 10 out of 10 times in my opinion. Okay, maybe 9 out of 10 if we're being realistic, because FIFA can be a silly game sometimes. But man, oh man, UnFaizd looking real hot right now. He's feeling the momentum. He's doing everything right. Two possessions is all he's had this game, and both those possessions he scored. That's pretty crazy to think about. We see a pause coming out here. I'm not sure who took the pause. I'm pretty sure it would be Wasim from Bravado. But we're only seeing, I mean, maybe just pause to get composure back or whatever. Probably a right thing to do. Like, yeah, you 2 goals down, 11 minutes, everything's going your opponent's way. But just stop, take the time, breathe, get your head back in the game, because it is a 2-leg match. There's still 80 minutes to play in this leg, a good 90 minutes for the next. So you still have a long day of FIFA to go. Can't get disheartened by 2 goals. I mean, he came back from a 2-goal deficit against Divak last week in the Umzansi League. So let's see if he can pull something out of his hat this time around as well. And again, it doesn't look like he's gonna be phased too much. Pun not intended. Gonna be phased too much to press too fast. He's still gonna play his passing football, play his possession football, which he's very good at. It's his bread and butter for now. Gonna work his way up the pitch, sending the ball over to Minamino here on the left. Good run through. Doesn't have too many players in the center. The gaps are small. The iron wall of Faiz looking strong right now. Has so many defenders in the box. Andy Robertson on the wing, playing it around. Wijnaldum now in the middle. We see him passing the ball around nicely, but he might get dispossessed here. No, he's going to keep it now. Fabinho has some space. He's trying to get it to one of his strikers here. Into Salah's hands, into Mane's hands. And we'll have a good chance to get a good shot off then, eventually, when he gets the opportunity. But for now, Faiz, good on offense. It looks like it looks to be good on defense as well. No threat for Wasim to score there. Now he's going to start passing the ball up the pitch once again. For 2 opportunities he's got, 2 times he's had possession this game he's scored. So I think Wasim's going to be holding his breath for the moment, making sure he doesn't concede another. But Faiz, maybe he has something to say about that. Passing the ball so nicely, and Mane going to slot it away. Oh, sorry, Wijnaldum. Oh, offside. Ref blew the whistle. Let's not get too excited just yet. Man, oh man, that would have been 3 out of 3 possessions if he scored that. That would have been crazy. UnFaizd looking so damn dangerous right now. All the momentum going his way. His focus just unparalleled right now. He's 100% tuned into this game. He's in that zone, you know. Things those athletes talk about when they're so focused, nothing else in the world matters. That's how Faiz looks right now. Gonna send the pass through to Mane on the wing. Mane in a dangerous position. Can he get teammates forward though? Runs to the byline, but he's gonna run it out of bounds. So gonna be a goal kick now for Wasim. Let's see where he decides to send it. He's holding onto the ball for an obscenely long time. Gonna just make the short pass over to Alexander Arnold. Gonna pass it around between his defenders. Now sends it quite deep forward. We're gonna send it back to Firmino. Now back to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Holding on to it, but he's gonna get dispossessed here. He's gonna get the throw in. But his play is getting disrupted. Can't really build rhythm with his passes here so far. Kind of just stuck in no man's land in the midfield. But now gonna make a deep run with Fabinho. Fabinho trying to dribble to 2 players. Gonna get the pass to Minamino. Minamino in a dangerous position. Is he gonna control the ball? Yes, he does. He still has possession. This could be dangerous. Can Wasim capitalize? No. He couldn't. The last touch there by Mane, just not good enough. Maybe overthought it on the side of Wasim, but we'll see. UnFaizd now has a chance to counter. Running through the wing with Firmino. Going to send it over to Mohamed Salah. Salah playing it back to the middle, down to Fabinho. Fabinho to Wijnaldum. Is Faiz going to get a shot here? He's going to be looking for it. He's playing patiently. He's got nothing to rush here. Sending the ball deep in. Surely that's offside. Or is it going to be counted? Is this goal number 3? Nope. The whistle is blown. That was well offside. I was only 10% skeptical that was a goal. Like, I was 90% sure it was offside. Wasim going to kick the ball back out. Going to send it to Minamino there on the left wing. Or right wing, actually. Playing from that side of the pitch. But Faiz going to be back in possession. Going to send a beautiful long ball to Mohamed Salah here. This is dangerous. There's 3-on-2. You're going to get the pass back. Mane going to slot it away. That's goal number 3 for Faiz. UnFaizd is completely unfazed at everything Wasim is throwing at him right now. Which is, it feels like basically nothing. I mean, we spoke about his first 2 opportunities took. This is his 5th possession, if I'm counting correctly, right? This is his 5th possession and his 3rd goal in 39 minutes. This is an absolute smashing right now. is Wasim going to be able to keep his composure and come back into this game? It's an easier task said than done, because 3 goals down at 40 minutes does not feel good. If FIFA's a game about momentum, it's about mentality, it's about how you're feeling a lot more, as much as it has to do with the skill, you know? And I can't imagine Wasim feeling great right now. But these players, they have a lot of experience as well, so maybe he can reclaim his composure. Maybe he can get one. If he gets 1 goal back, I think he'll feel a little bit better. But can he get that chance? For as well as he's been attacking, his defense has been as good too. Wasim hasn't had any real look so far in this first 44 minutes of this first leg. Now playing it slow. We're gonna go into extra time now. 2 minutes added, so this will be Wasim's last chance in the first half at the very least, and he's gonna get dispossessed. UnFaizd just steals the ball away from him, and he actually might have a chance of his own. Gonna play it slowly though. Gonna send the ball out to the wing. Ref might blow the whistle sometime soon. We'll see if FaZe gets a chance to get a shot off here. Can he get a crossing? He's gonna send it to Fabinho here in the middle. Fabinho in a dangerous position. Can he get a shot off Mane? The man who scored so many goals so far, but he can't get the 4th one. Not just yet, at least. The corner's there. It's gonna play it short. He's gonna send it to the middle. This is dangerous. The shot's there. Oh, just didn't hit it right. Another corner. I thought it was 2 minutes of extra time, Mr. Ref. This is straight up 5 minutes. A 3rd corner. Pretty crazy. Salah going to send it to the middle. Van Dijk now in a dangerous position. Is he going to keep the ball? Is he going to get stolen? Wasim manages to keep the lead, or the deficit, to only 3 goals. And look at that absolute domination. Sure, Wasim has the 8% advantage in possession, but look at the difference. 5 shots, 4 on target, and 3 goals, all UnFaized way. Wasim's going to have to try to do something different in the second half. Whatever he tried so far has not worked. I feel like he's doing what he does well. He's controlling the midfield, but how is he going to capitalize in the front of the box? The defensive end has already been a disaster, and a lot of fault it's not really Wasim's own, because in FIFA, when you concede that first goal, your defense does tend to start lacking up a bit. Like the gaps just start becoming clearer because you're trying to attack and get that goal back. And when you're playing against a team like Liverpool, the counters and stuff is always there. Like we saw for his 2nd goal come out. But I feel like he needs to be more clinical in the front end, because he needs to get goals back now. I don't think he can be thinking his defensive mindset, okay, I can't lose more, because this guy, he's a competitor. He's one of the top 8 players who have qualified for Umzansi now. So he knows he's coming here to win. Even 3 goals down, that's going to be on his mind to get that W. But we'll see what FaZe has planned to stop him. He made a deep run there with Salah, but good defense coming out from Wasim. Oh, but a bad back pass. This is a bit of a mistake, and now he could be in trouble. FaZe in a dangerous position, holding onto the ball. Roberto Firmino, Bobby going to try send it to Mane there in the middle, but the pass, it gets stamped out. Now this could be a chance for a counter for Wasim. Doesn't have too many players forward because he had to bring a lot of guys back for defense, but he's still holding onto the ball in a good position. Oh, Mane almost had a gap there. Wasim saw it a little too late. If he was decisive the first time, he could have got it, but you never expect a player to be able to make a run like that. It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Now FaZe looking to go for a counter of his own. Very high-paced FIFA right now, up and down the pitch on both sides. Wasim in a good position, sends out the through ball to Sadio Mane. Sadio Mane, 2 versus 1 situation. He has 2 people in the box though. He's going to try for the short pass to Minamino, but not going to make it through to his player there. But he's reading the defensive end of the game very well. Seems like he knows what Wasim's going to do before Wasim does at this point. Every pass seems to be intercepted, especially in the deeper part of the pitch. Getting into the box, it just doesn't seem like Wasim's going to get any chances. And look at this through ball. Mane, is he going to make it 4? The deflection comes out just in time. Great defending from Wasim. That looked to be like they're going to extend the lead even further for FaZe. But now Wasim slowing down the game, passing the ball here in the midfield. Making a deep run here. He's got 3 bodies forward. Trying to call another player to make some space here. They're going to send it to Mane. Now in the middle, Mane holding onto the ball for quite a long time. So many players he's dribbling, but he's going to send it out there to the wing to Andy Robertson. Robertson going to send it to Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum trying for the chip ball, but there's nobody in that area. Now it feels like Wasim's just trying to next level it now, because FaZe has been reading him so well. Now he's just trying to go for like the ultra fancy play instead of just sticking to the basics, which is, you never really want to be doing it, FIFA. You never want to feel forced to do so, but I guess it's kind of in that position, right? Again, we talk about the mentality of the game, that you have that composure, to have that mental aspect where you can stick to your guns even through losing times. It's really tough. It's like I said earlier, it's easier said than done. 3 goals down. not a position anybody wants to be in. But FaZe, he'll be happy to be 3 goals up here, and he's trying for the fancy pass there. Lob it over to his striker in the middle, but he couldn't get it out this time. And now once again, Wasim has a chance for a counter, but look at that tackle. My God, UnFaizd playing like an absolute beast right now. And now he has the privilege to just play the ball slowly through the midfield because he doesn't need to score any more goals. He's 3 up already. I say that, but he's in a dangerous position. You're going to send it back to Wijnaldum in the middle. Now Bobby on the wing. Back to Wijnaldum. Roberto Firmino, he could have got lucky with the deflection. It almost looked like he was going to there. But now, we see him once again mowing down the wings, trying to look for that attack. There's nobody to partner up with Minamino there, so ball's just going to get forced for the throw-in. Now he's going to send it to the middle. He's got a lot of bodies forward. Can he get the pass through? A player's making a run here in the middle. He's going to find some space. Can he make it the dribble off? Yes, he can. But still not enough space for him to feel confident enough to take the shot there on Wasim. Fabinho holding on to it. He's playing it slow. 8 minutes left of standard time in the first leg. I think he would like to get 1 goal back, because then it'll only be a 2-goal deficit down in the second leg, and he's come back from that before against his teammate in the form of Divac. So 1 goal here would make all the difference in this matchup. But it doesn't look like that possession was going to be the one to put Wasim back in this game. UnFaizd going to be the man back with the ball here. Oh, that was a sloppy pass, and now this could be his chance. 4 minutes left in standard time. Going to have a good opportunity. Going to send the ball to Mane in the middle. Can he hold on to the ball? Is he going to get bodied? Yes, he is. Ball stolen away from Sadio Mane. And with it, it seems like Wasim's hopes in this first leg as well. But now, 1 minute left of standard time. This could be his last opportunity. Can he get 1 goal back? He's been hoping, he's been praying. Can he do it though? It's the question. He still hasn't had a shot on goal. If he manages to get one back now, it would be amazing. The through ball, the cross rather, was going through the middle, but not going to land to any of his strikers' feet there, unfortunately. He's probably going to try to hold on to the ball. Actually, he's going to send it so deep in now. Mane, he's got space. Can Faiz make it 4? He's going to try. He's going to put it back, but tackle's there. He still has possession. He's going to send it to Salah now. Salah in dangerous position, but the defenders are on there, putting on the pressure. And now the first leg comes to an end. 3-goal advantage to UnFaizd. Now, I think they got the pictures wrong. So, the one on the right, that is UnFaizd. And the one on the left, that is Wasim. So, they just got the pictures mixed up there. But I'm sure our great admins and producers will fix that up soon. First leg, very entertaining game of FIFA. I think Faiz needs to get a round of applause there, because absolutely phenomenal performance from him. He was just styling that whole match. From literally his first touch in the game, he scored a goal. I mean, right from the get-go, he controlled the game from start to end. And I honestly believe, I didn't see the stats there at the end, but I don't think Wasim even got 1 shot on goal in that entire 90 minutes of the first leg. So even though 3 goals is not the biggest lead we've seen so far in this UMZANSI League, obviously the Julio Fuad match was a completely different situation where Julio ate him up. But this game is not looking like a good game. I think Wasim's not going to be happy with his performance in the first round. I feel like maybe it's a bit of luck and a bit of just momentum and great play from Faiz. But we'll see how he'll be able to respond in the second leg, because 3 goals, it's a big lead. It's a big lead, don't get me wrong. But in FIFA, it isn't the biggest. It's not an unmountable climb up the mountain. You know, you can make that track back there to come back in this, to at least get the draw. But we'll see if Faiz gives him the chance. I think for Faiz now, on his composure end, is he going to be able to stay calm enough or composed enough to keep his focus going to try close out the series? Now, he's got a 3-goal lead. It's his game to lose, basically. There's no way he should lose this, but that can be the thing that can mess up your mentality as well. So we'll see how things play out here in the second leg. I don't know. I wonder what we could see different from Wasim here. Maybe he swaps teams, tries out France, also been a very popular team in this UmZansi Esports League, one of the best teams in FIFA 20 undoubtedly. So maybe that'll give him a bit of a different matchup as opposed to the Liverpool versus Liverpool situation. But then again, I do think Liverpool is good against Liverpool, because your wing backs in the form of Andy Robertson and Trent Alexander-Arnold are really fast to deal with, the Manes and the Salah. So we'll see what he does. He's gonna stick with his guns. He's gonna play with Liverpool once again. I think this is the correct decision. Don't get disheartened by 1 loss. I mean, if this is the team he's comfortable with, then nothing should change that, right? And Wasim will be the one in the red kit this time, and UnFaizd will be in the white kit. Wasim good amount of possession here. Holding onto the ball nicely. Going to send the pass over to Wijnaldum in the middle. Going to try for the pass to Mane. Mane got some space. He's going to try for the chip in, but very far out of the box. Or at the edge of the box, rather. Not an easy goal to put in. Especially on the first touch. Like, he just turned and whacked it. I know, sorry about that short delay, boys. I'm back. Oh, almost made it back for the goal. What a chance there. Looks like UnFaizd had a chance to go up 4, but it hits the crossbar, and he's going to be he's back still in possession, but not with the extra goal there. I'm so glad I didn't miss a goal. I would have been so sad, guys. But I'm back. And UnFaizd still in a dangerous position, but the defense from Wasim good this time, keeping himself just at a 3-goal deficit. Not out of the second leg just yet. Gonna try to get through pass over to Mane. Can Mane hold on to the ball here? He manages to body Gomez. Has that speed advantage, and now he's in such good position. He's gonna get the shot off, but he can't finish it. No! What a save from Allison. But the composure just wasn't there from Wasim. He couldn't put away his golden opportunity. It was a beautiful run, an even better pass, but the finish just didn't do that play justice. Now UnFaizd, let's see if he can do a better job, because he's in a dangerous position himself, trying to get that lob pass through to Mane, but Wasim's defense much more solid in the second leg. And he's looking hungry on attack now as well. Can he find another opportunity? Yes, he missed one, but he could find another. Minamino with a deep run here on the wing, going to send the ball back to the middle. Wijnaldum in a dangerous position, going to try to send the ball to Sadio Mane, holding onto it, shielding the ball nicely, going to go for the shot. It's a long one, but it just goes wide. Yo, that was close. From a rough position as well. That's not an easy place to score a goal. If that went in, it would have been, I think Faiz would have been a little upset. But it was a great shot attempt from Wasim there, trying to get that his first goal in the series. But that just wasn't meant to be over there. And now UnFaizd back again in dangerous positions. Going to hold the ball nicely, but Wasim's defense so much better in the second leg. He's reading UnFaizd a hell of a lot better. His composure much better in the box. And again, looking for that relentless attack. When is he going to get that opportunity? Is he going to get that 1 goal back? If he gets 1, then he can get 2. And if he feels like he can get 2, maybe he can get 3. But is he going to get to that position? UnFaizd still looking so damn good in the defensive end. Wasim now going to play it a bit slowly through the middle. Troubling here with Minamino, waiting for some players to run into some space. But he's just going to get dispossessed there. Now the counter could be on. It's a 3-on-4. The pass is pretty great here. Minamino in good space. Can he dribble Van Dijk? He's going to send it back to Mane. Mane in a dangerous position. Going to send it now to Salah in the box. Salah trying to turn up a couple of players. Mane in the middle. Mane tries to get the shot off, but the block is there. Wasim's iron wall standing up strong in the second leg. Now UnFaizd. He passed it out for the corner, but now he's going to actually get the ball stolen away from him. What a good tackle. Is the ref going to... Okay, he's not going to stand by that. It's like, no. I don't know. Did the ball go out there, or is the ref like, we're going to... If it was a free kick, he would have kicked it, right? He wouldn't have thrown that in, so I'm not sure. Now Wasim on the attack here. Gonna run the ball down the middle of the pitch. Can he hold on to it there? I feel like UnFaizd is just reading all these dribbles so damn well. Every chance Wasim gets, looks like UnFaizd is there, one step ahead of him, knowing how to get the challenge and when to challenge. Near perfectly. We're going to come to the end of the first half here. It's going to be the last play. Going to be in the hands of Faiz. But Faiz can't really do anything with it. The pass just not good enough. The final pass through the middle at least. So we are 0-0 at this point. And it's a much closer game as you guys can see. It's a 60% possession advantage now for Wasim. It is 3-1 on the shots for both players. It's a much closer affair than the first leg. And like I said, even though Wasim got bodied kind of in the first leg, 3-goal deficit. When that first goal comes in FIFA, the game changes completely. The game, it's split open straight up because then you have the pressure to try to get the goal back. And again, when you're trying to push up front the whole time playing super aggressive, you can get caught in the counter. So this time is a little different. Faiz going to be holding on to the ball here. Passing in between his defenders. Doesn't want to kick off the second half at too fast a pace. And for good reason. Rather build up play. Bring some guys forward. But actually gets the ball stolen away from him. He gets dispossessed. And in a dangerous position. But his defense, it's just too good, man. He's reading Wasim like a goddamn book right now. And now he could have a chance to push forward to get his first goal of the second leg. Mane in such a dangerous position right now. He's going to go for the shot. And he just goes wide. Very good opportunity for Faiz. Couldn't convert there though. The angle was a little tight, but we've seen him finish from those same spots in the box before. So maybe he'll be a little disappointed with himself there. And again, Wasim going to hold on to the ball for a moment there. Going to get this possessed ball stolen in a very dangerous position. He might be in trouble. What can Faiz do here to punish Wasim for that negligent pass out the box? Nothing, it seems like it. Wasim going to be back in possession. Going to send the pass through to the middle. Robert Firmino down to Mane. Mane going to try for the run, but there's so many defenders in front of him. He can't even, he won't be able to outpace anybody from that angle. So going to have to pass it back down to the middle. Firmino going to hold that play quite nicely here. But again, the defense, every single pass that Wasim makes in the later parts of the pitch, approaching the box, is just read out almost immediately. He didn't even get close to the box there, in fact. It was a couple of yards out. And now he's looking for the counter. This time it will be Wasim, the player going to benefit from reading the play. No, going to try for another play up the wing. Going to play through on the left side this time instead of sending it to the middle. Mane does have some space if he wants to pass it there. We're going to play it slow. Not forcing anything just yet. Wijnaldum has a lot of space actually. Might look for a long shot here. He's going to go for it, but the defense is there. The deflection going to fall in his favor. The Mane has a lot of space and he's going to get the goal. He gets one back. Saves some dignity, saves some pride, and gives himself a lifeline in this best of two series. It's now aggregate 3-1 in favor of Faiz, but this is the closest Wasim has been in this tie since the 10-minute mark, where he was two goals down already. Can he ride this momentum? Can he get another goal back? Can he save some face? Can he save some pride? Can he get himself some points here in the Umzansi Esports League? Let's see what Faiz has to say about that. He's in a dangerous position here in the box. Can he get a shot off though? Going to play it slow, not trying to force anything just yet. Going to put a cheeky back pass there to Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum back to Salah. Salah now has space. Can he go for a long shot? Another back pass. This is crazy. Mane looking for the last touch. Can't control the ball to get the shot off though. And now Wasim can look to counter if he wants to. Going to send the ball to the middle. Firmino here has players in the middle, has players in the wing. Going to send it back to Salah on the wing. With Salah with a heavy touch. Oh, but Wasim controls it so nicely. Beautiful dribble. Keeping possession of the ball here and putting himself in a good spot on the pitch. Can he close things out? Can he get another goal back? Looking for the cross. Beautiful long ball. Going to fall into Firmino's feet. Tries for the touch there. Off the volley, but not going to get it, unfortunately. That would have been an epic goal if it went in, but I think maybe he should have looked for the pass. Would have been a bit less high risk, but then again, sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit, right? You're playing for the win here, but now Faiz has a dangerous chance to counter, but look at the defense. Wasim keeping his composure in the second leg, not letting anything through. Doesn't feel like Faiz has had any real chances other than that Mane one at the end of the first half, where he sailed it wide. Now Wasim going to play the ball out through his defense from the goal kick, or rather the goal pass. And send it to Mane, now in the middle. So many players closing down Mane's body. Faiz is giving no space to Sadio Mane. Every time he has the ball, he just sends 2-3 defenders on him. And for good reason. Mane has been the star for both these teams. Sorry, both these players. And both their teams. Both is true here. And now, we see him holding onto the ball. He's playing his possession football, but he might need to play at a bit of a faster pace because there's only 10 minutes left in the second leg. He's going to try for the long shot. And what a... Ooh... That was close. If that was FIFA 19, he would have scored with that amount of space, guaranteed. But FIFA 20, long shots are a little bit more difficult. Oh! Dangerous position. Cheeky bicycle pass there, but he can't get the last pass through for Salah to look for the shot. Faiz, though, going to count his blessings there that he didn't concede a goal after that. And now we'll be on the counter himself, trying for that long ball, like the way he scored his second goal in the first leg. But this time, Wasim reads it much better, and his defense is there to stamp out any chance for Faiz to get a counter-attack. Or goal from the counter-attack, at least. Wasim, again, getting red out there. Just trying to pump fake a little too much. Maybe should have just pushed it a bit to the wing. Maybe passed sooner, but... hindsight is 2020. He had an idea. It just didn't work out this time. Now for Ease, does he want to get himself a 3-goal lead once again? Goal difference does matter because draws are counted here. And now pass sent it to Mana in such a dangerous position. I think he was looking for the shot there. Oh, he still has the ball. It's going to be a goal. He's going to try for it. He gets one more dribble off. Near post available. Mane going to get the shot off, but the deflection is there. Wasim's defense has been so good in the second leg. But it might be to no avail because looks like the ref's about to blow the whistle. Wasim, he's tried his hardest in the second leg. He put up a much better performance in the first. But in the end, it's Faiz walking out the victor here. 3-1 lead. What an emphatic game. What a great game of FIFA. The first half, the first leg was just absolute domination from Faiz. From literally the first minute, Faiz took a hold of that game and ran away with it for the whole first leg. He got himself 3 goals. Yes, he didn't look as clinical, as dangerous in the second leg, but he never needed to. He had the 3-goal lead. He didn't have to do anything. It was all up to Wasim. Wasim did manage to get 1 back, but 1 wasn't enough. GG, well played for Ease. Panelists, what do you have to say about that game of FIFA?
Well, thank you so very much, Chikte. What we gotta say is that was a GG gameplay coming in from UnFaizd.
It's super amazing,
Absolutely.
breathtaking, mind-blowing, awesome performance from UnFaizd in the first leg.
Right.
In starting 11 minutes, he scored 2 goals, which is amazing. From aggression, he just scored 2 goals. And if we talk about the 36th minute, that was a goal. If we thought that was a goal, but no, it was offside. He's offside, and after 3 minutes, he scored the 3rd goal. He proved the perfect dominance, and Metronome didn't have any chance. And after second half, UnFaizd was trying to he's just trying to make another goal. He's just trying to score another goal. But Metronome is also playing aggressively. Okay, he didn't want that. Okay, he just lost the first game. And if we talk about the second leg, the both are playing aggressively. Metronome shown aggression, but unfortunately he didn't convert any of the shot into a goal.
Well, apart from the one that he did get, that
Yes.
was in the net, and so thus bringing our scores to a 3-1.
Oh, yeah,
But
3-1,
of course,
sorry.
that is in favor of UnFaizd. But indeed, I mean, when you talk about the play, when you talk about the rhythmic play coming in from UnFaizd today, was spot on every single time. I mean, you're just talking about the stats, and the initial 30 minutes in game of that first match itself. I mean, that's your stats right there. You don't need to move on from that because, as you so beautifully, eloquently put that, again, in that first half itself, had he not had those offsides, we probably would have been looking at like a 5-0 scorecard,
Yes,
right?
maybe more.
Perhaps.
Because UnFaizd is playing very nicely. He knows what to do. And if we talk about when Metronome got the ball, he just charged 2 players on the single player. So Metronome got confused with what he should do. And after the tackle, he lost the possession. But what happened? The possession is with Metronome, but who scored higher goals? UnFaizd. That's shown the aggression, the passes, the tackles, everything. It's a controlled game, and UnFaizd totally won the match.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a fast-paced game coming in from UnFaizd, because on the other side, when you talk about match number 2, that is where both the players kind of slowed down their pace. And that's where, of course, we saw Metronome bring in that wonderful, wonderful knock-knock play. But eventually, again, as he would get close to that final D and then just one goalie left to get it in the net, he was just not able to capitalize on it, because every single time, once again, UnFaizd was just not phased. In fact, the last game that UnFaizd played was against Masoom. And at that point in time, UnFaizd lost by just that one goal. So, of course, he's starting
He
number 3 with some incredible energy.
He's just covering the goal difference.
Right.
And UnFaizd game, I'm very, I'm very inspired from this game. If you talk about when he moves towards the opponent box,
Right.
what he's doing, back passing, and the opponent plays towards him, coming towards him, he again back pass.
Right.
And one more time when the player come in, again back pass. That rhythm gameplay, that rhythmic gameplay make Metronome, Metronome still thinking that what is going on. I'm also laughing that what he is doing is playing very amazingly. I'm out of words,
Absolutely. I mean, the control coming in from these players, spot on. Nothing can be taken away from them. And after all, that is the kind of caliber that we're talking about when you talk about Umzansi Esports League. Because after all, every single game, not only FIFA 20, but every single game, there are so many players, and all of them have had their journey, have had a wonderful ups and downs throughout their journey, but incredibly so, they are the ones who are here in the top 8 players that have been selected for. Of course, when we talk about FIFA 20, when you talk about Tekken 7, 8 players is what we're talking about, and those 8 lot of lads have, of course, gone through some incredibly talented players, but here they are to showcase their worth and their domination. And of course, that is what we're witnessing. I mean, come on, that was just phenomenal right off the bat.
Yes.
Within the first 11 minutes, if you're talking 2 score
Yes,
lead,
I was just like, okay.
wow.
Yeah, he's played very amazingly. I thought he's going to score 16 goals or maybe 12 goals somehow. But okay, 3-1 is also nice.
It certainly is.
We are not going to judge him. He played very well.
He absolutely did. And with that, of course, we do have the standings for our FIFA 20 segment, where indeed Masoom is on top pole position with 6 points, 2 wins to his name, looking really strong. As I just disclosed, that Masoom is the one who defeated UnFaizd in the previously held match. And when you talk about the second player, it is Beukes with 4 points. 2 matches that he has played,
1
and of course,
win and 1 draw
Yep.
against a Metronome. And the third player is Beast Beyonce. He's literally a beast. He shows he's amazing. And if you talk about fourth, the UnFaizd and on the 4th position, played 2 matches, 3 points, 1 win and 1 lost. And Epi Process same, 3 points, 1 match, 1 win and 1. Okay, 0 loss. Okay, he plays only single match. And Metronome, we talk about Metronome, 2 matches, only single win. And okay, 1 draw and 1 lost. Mobizilla lost to both the matches, and Dragon Milla played only 1 match and lost the match. Okay, they have to cover it up because the prize pool is very high. And they have to focus on their game. They have to prove that who is the best. And I'm just waiting because the match against the Beast Beyonce and UnFaizd.
absolutely. I mean, that is going to be a spot-on match to, of course, witness. And for that, or rather with that note, we do reach the end of our FIFA 20 segment. We shall, of course, carry the stream on after a short little break, where, of course, PUBG Mobile is going to get initiated for round number 2. everyone, welcome back to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. Those of you joining us on Jinx, welcome as the PUBG awesomeness is about to get started. Of course, this is PUBG Mobile segment that we're in. We're moving on from round 1 to round 2, and this is week number 3 of the Umzansi Esports League. And of course, with that, round number 2 is going to be bringing in a lot of fierce strategies and domination from a certain teams. But of course, for all that conversation, we do have the desk analyst to get this started with. Of course, nobody else. It is Phoenix once again who's joining us. And for that, of course, welcome. This is your first ever PUBG segment, right? PUBG Mobile segment?
Thanks a lot, Border. Yes, it's my first PUBG Mobile segment, and today I'm going to analyze the teams team slot number A and B, and they have 4 amazing teams. And let's have towards the prize pool.
Absolutely. I mean, Group A, Group B, and Group C. In total, 24 teams in the PUBG Mobile realm for Umzansi Esports League are going to be fighting for 493,000 rands in total when it comes to the entire prize pool for PUBG Mobile segment altogether. And that, of course, is a huge prize pool to, of course, be a part of, for which we started off with 32 teams, but now it's moved down to 24. And talking about the 24 being segregated amongst the 3 teams, we do have Group A on our screen.
JXP Tempo, Team BBC, Team 4U Quest, Team Ring Gaming, Team Oxium Elite, Team Blink, Team Sidezanes Gaming, and Team Mula 6.
Absolutely, these are the teams coming in from group number A squad, where indeed JXP Tempo is that roller coaster of a team that indeed in the first week itself showcased quite a lot of domination and were able to get themselves quite ahead in the final master leaderboard point system itself. But moving on to Group B, that is what Group A is going to be fighting against for today's match, where indeed we've got Team NFX Unique, Gamers Unite Nation, Outsiders Official, Natural Killers, Reluctant to Say, Quite Storm Esports, Immortals, and it is a good team to be looking at in Group B. This is of course Inkosi that I'm talking about, because I remember in week 2, Phoenix, Inkosi was not looking strong. Inkosi had some poor results, so to say, from the games that they had played, but here they are, having made it to round 2. Congratulations to them, of course. And moving on to Group C, Phoenix, over to you.
Team Vibe, Team INV Gaming, House of Anubis, Dark Dragnos, Team EFX Nibble Odyssey, Team TOC Arcane, and Team Spaza Gaming.
Oh yes, that's combining the total number of teams to 24, 8 per group. Simple as that.
Yes.
And as we move on along, that number is going to get that much more shorter, because of course when you talk about round number 2, we're looking at 3 weekends: Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. And this is the best way to be, of course, spending your weekend. If this is your first ever stream that you're joining us, well, welcome to, of course, Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming, where indeed, like I said, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, we go live with 4 games: FIFA, PUBG, Tekken, and to close the day off, it is Counter-Strike. And of course, it is going to be quite a lot of exhilarating performance throughout the segments. And right now, of course, getting back in the conversation of PUBG Mobile realm, we have Group A going against Group B, where, as you pointed out, JXP Tempo, one of the teams to look forward to. But apart from that, what other teams are you going to point out from Group A?
I have high hopes from Team BBC, Team 4U Quest, and from the Group B team NFX Unique. They played very aggressively. Their playing style is very nice and very unique. If you talk about the playing style, very unique. The point difference is not that high from 1 to 3rd, but from the last game, obviously, Team BBC is kind of stepping towards up, and they're showing their gameplay, they're showing the domination as well, and they're playing very nicely, and mind-blowing performance from JXP Tempo as well. And I have high hopes from Team BBC and JXP Tempo.
Alright, well, alongside that, one team that I do want to point out is going to be Gun. That is Gamers Unite Nations, because again, when it comes to this team, quite a lot of the peeps have been looking forward to Brawly's crazy AR awesomeness. But then again, all that is going to now start in the game itself. Of course, match number 1, match number 2 is what we're waiting for the results from. Right now, it's time to get started with match number 1. With that, let's throw it to our casters and get this game started. Over to you, DK.
Well, there we go. Thank you so much to Blotter and Fixes. All right, so Patchy, we're getting into our second round today, and as they mentioned, we are up for some pretty interesting gameplay here. We've got some pretty tough teams, and yeah, we've got quite a lot to look forward to in this round.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite a lot to look forward to. It's pretty much an understatement at this point, because if you've been following the league as like we have, all these matches have been absolutely insane. We've seen some incredible performances from so many of the teams in the groups today, especially like they said, we've got a couple of teams that we need to look out for. Temp obviously being one of them. One of the ones I'm keeping my eye on, as you guys know, is Gun, obviously. But in these groups here, plenty of teams to look out for, and pretty much every single one has been working really, really hard to get here and to put those points on the board. So I'm really keen to see them continue that, keen to see them continue working hard to put those points on the board. Obviously, we want to see more of that. We want to see them do as best they can to put those points on the board. So I'm ready for spaghetti, and well, I'm ready to see it happen.
Ready for spaghetti, you say.
Oh,
So
yeah.
like we saw, we've got the players, of course, from Group A and Group B competing for today. So it's quite a tough lineup, as you saw there. We've got Temper, BBC, we've got the 4U Quest team, we've got Rain Gaming, Oxy, we've got Blink, we've got Citizens Gaming, Mecha 6. That's just the Group A. And that's already looking like a pretty tough group starting off the bat right there. And then, of course, we're going up into Group B, where we've got the players there from, Team Unique. We've got Gun, we've got the Outsiders, we've got the Natural Killers, Reluctant, Quiet Storm, the Immortals, as well as Inkosi. So, yeah, I think it's going to be super tough. And like I said, the team that you are looking out for is the team, of course, from Gun. But as they also mentioned on the analyst desk there, we also need to keep an eye there on the team from Temper, BBC, 4U Quest, Unique, Gun, and even the Outsiders. Those are three really tough teams, and I mean, we've seen some amazing things from them, as well as the remainder of the teams in the groups as well.
Yeah.
So I think we can really expect quite a lot to happen from this, and it's going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to utilize the zone, because once again, it's a little bit of a mix in between the teams. Some of them have the usual places that they like to go to, and then of course we've got teams that mix up, their drop spots. So yeah, I think it's really something interesting that we're going to be seeing there, is how these teams are going to utilize the zone, how they're going to move around, and then of course, are we going to find that hunter team that we've been looking for?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm definitely keeping an eye out for. We've seen some more passive play than I personally would say that I like a lot across the board. And, there's various reasons for that, whether they're being a little bit more cautious, just trying to feel the waters, test the waters, see how things are going before they really make anything big happen. Maybe they feel like they have too much to lose. But honestly, me and you have been talking about aggression like pretty much nonstop the whole time from the beginning of this league. And that's really what I want to see happen. And the thing is, when we talk about this, we're always saying, oh, you need to get aggressive. But actually, it's not so much just aggression that we're looking for. It's smart aggression, because every now and then you see it crop up. And we've seen it happen in the last few weekends where we've had these games. Some teams, they will just find the perfect moment to just get aggressive and be smart. And we actually saw some of that. I believe it was last week where we saw some very spicy stuff. Some teams just deciding to actually pull the trigger. They moved in. They were just wiping teams out left and right, moving in, clearing them out. They were doing such a good job. And that's what I want to see more of. I want to see more of that happening. I want to see teams utilizing, like you say, utilizing the zone, utilizing the terrain, seeing what they've got around them, and, doing what they can with that to come out the best as best they can. And the way that I want to see things happen is I want to see consistent fighting from the beginning to the end, because that's pretty much what we should be seeing. The only lulls that we should really see is when the fights finish and there's like space between the teams, and the teams then have to move up and whatnot. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens, because we've got a few teams here that shown some pretty great potential in the qualifiers, just making it up towards the UMZANSI League. And of course, in our first round of UMZANSI, we've seen some impressive plays between the teams there. So I'm hoping that it gets stepped up even more so in moving into the second round, because after this, we're moving up into the semi-finals, and that is where you need to put the show on. It's going to be absolutely crazy. And, the teams now have the perfect opportunity to really establish themselves in this tournament and get everything sorted.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, definitely. This is the point where the teams really need to put those points down. Like you said, we're getting close to some big parts of the tournament, and you can't really put your foot off the accelerator at this point. It's all steam. Full steam ahead is what I was saying. All engines go, all that fun stuff. All the teams need to put in their best right now. And speaking of established teams, we have a couple of pretty well established teams sitting on the leaderboard right now. And obviously the teams pretty much in these two lobbies are going to want to just bump themselves up a couple of notches, of course, put some more points on the board. So hopefully we will be seeing that nice and soon as we get into the game, which should be starting momentarily, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see, we've spoken about the teams having, their spots that they like to drop into. And I'm curious to see what this flight path is going to do, because we can't see the flight path just yet. We have no idea where it's going, no idea where these teams are going to be able to move to. And, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to land and what they're going to do with the info that they've got.
Yeah.
And of course, there we have it. There's our flight path. So we've got a nice southern flight path on this zone. So now we just need to see which way around is it going to go. Are we going to see the players there from Gun jumping over to Quarry, where we know they like to frequent? Are we going to have any players moving up in towards the military base, or will there be any of the teams moving up towards the northern region?
Yeah.
Because we don't know where the zone is going yet.
Yeah, that I was about to say, like, a lot of people have tried to sort of predict how the zone goes and where it falls and blah blah blah, but for fear of maybe just being seen as a bit of a crazy man, I'd say that we have a possibility of the zone going towards the north, because I see a lot of the time what happens is when we have a nice northern flight path, we get southern zones, and when we have southern flight paths, we get northern zones. So maybe that's what's going to happen, maybe not, who knows. The zone is unpredictable that way. But one thing I do know for sure is that these teams are 100% going to go hiking. This zone, this flight path doesn't really give the teams access to all the spots they want. Now you can see that some of the teams are heading over to that military base as per usual. When it's accessible, it's definitely one of the places that you can get into. But a lot of teams, they like to get up into George, they like to get up into Rozhok, Pachinki, Yasnaya. They're going to want to go into those spots because that's where they feel comfortable. I seriously doubt, unless the zone goes all the way down to the military base, I seriously doubt that their teams are going to sit there and just sit in the southern portion of the zone. They're definitely going to go up towards the north a little bit, go exploring, go get into their sort of comfortable spots, get themselves looted up before they go in.
Well, there we've got the zone. So, unfortunately, you were wrong about the zone. You said it was, it might move up to the northern side. And this time we've got the southern zone. So it's interesting to see that, it's nice to see, rather not interesting, but, that the zone is going towards the southern end. Because most of the rounds that we've had, the teams pretty much only had those northern zones.
Yeah.
And now with the start of round 2, if the first match we get, it's going towards the south. So it's definitely a nice mix-up, and it's fantastic to see, and it'd be interesting to see what these teams are going to do with it. And I know I say that a lot, but, the teams are so used to rotating up north. Now they don't necessarily have to rotate up north.
Yeah.
And now they need to kind of change their playstyle up as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the things that we see a couple of times. There's always just this sort of, I don't know how to say it, this like routine that everyone gets into, the routine that all the teams start getting into when the zones become so similar. Teams sort of fall into a bit of a comfort spot where they don't really have to change anything up, and then suddenly PUBG, well, it'll throw them a bit of a curveball, and seeing how they handle it is the real question. That really shows the teams that will stand out and the teams that will fall down. And so right now we're waiting to see which those teams are, and I'm also interested to see if the zone gives us our bridge camping spots once again, to see if it gives us a little bit of the questions that I was talking about earlier. In the previous couple of rounds that we watched. I was saying that one of the things that I was very interested to see in my past of all the casting that I've done is that the choices between the island and the main military base, the main island, the military base, that's an interesting choice to see. I love to see teams forced to make those kind of decisions, and sometimes the last few southern zones that we have had have sort of landed on the main island once again, and I want to see a little bit of military base island plus main island, because that makes teams make the hard decisions.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. And I mean, we've got quite a few teams sitting on the main island and only 2 teams currently on the military island. So, I wonder whether or not the zone is going to move even further south, or if it's going to stay on the main island. We might even potentially get the bridge involved in the next, up and coming few zones.
Yeah, that is what I want to see. I want to see some bridge.
Yeah. Because there's a potential for a few teams, of course, to start battling it out already. We've got the players from Inkosi and the team there from Reluctant, very close to the Gutka area, as you can see, of course, here. So we've got the team from Reluctant just over towards their northwestern side. And as you can see the map there, the teams are fairly well spread out across, you know, the lower 2/3 of this map, seeing that the zone is also in that exact same region. But we've got a few teams over on the eastern side, a few on the south, 1 or 2 teams sitting in the central part there, and of course the players there from Mecha 6, you know, they've got themselves positioned in between Shelter and Mansion. Now, I'm wondering if they're going to start moving down even more so, or if they're going to stay roundabout in that region. We also have the players there from Inkosi now making their rotation just on the southern side of Pachinki, or rather that's Jasmine busy with the rotation there. And well, Temper has got their position fairly comfortable. They're sitting all the way up in, well, that's the South George. Yeah, South George, the crates area. No one really there to contest them. No immediate threats for them just yet. So they can very casually get their loot up, get everything ready, make sure that they are comfortable moving into the next part, because they have, you know, quite a tough position to defend.
Yeah, one of the things about the zone that we've gotten and the flight path that we've gotten, it was the flight path was so very much to the south that it forced the teams that wanted to get into a better spot to go up north, which means that these teams are actually a lot more spread out now. But yeah, I guess right now we're watching Inkosi just make a bit of an assault here, nice and quick on towards Vibe. Very, very nice to see that. Some early aggression coming in. You can see Sunny moving up, and well, there goes Luffy. Nice and quick stuff coming out from Inkosi.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch the remainder of the team, of course, now. Blink being fairly widely spread out across the map. We've got Superior just up at the 6s, and then, of course, the remainder of the team all the way down in Ferry Pier. And at the moment, we're watching the players here from Quiet Storms. As you can see, they are very close to the team, of course, there, being the one from Rain Gaming over in Lipovka. So we might potentially see them moving in, that's of course being if they can hear the team. But in the meantime, the players now from Rain Gaming making their rotation, heading up further in towards zone, but they might also run across the players there from Mecha 6.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Teams now starting to get a little bit closer to one another. You can see some rotations happening across the map. But what we're waiting for is, of course, those fights to start happening. We've already seen a little bit of that. But, well, will it continue? Because, like we said earlier, you know, those early fights, they really change up how the game works. And if you start some fights early, you knock some teams out early, you've changed the entire outcome of the match. You know, every single hit counts, every knock counts, every kill counts, and every squad wipe counts. So we're going to see if we see any of that. Right now, you can see that Rain moving up nice and quick, maybe surrounding Poison and the Joker at the moment. We'll see if they get caught out. You can see a quick scope on the way with those vehicles moving around. They might just completely circumvent the 2 players that they are surrounding here.
Yeah, and another interesting thing that I'm also noticing is that the players there from the Natural Killers and the Citizens, they are getting very close to each other right there at that eastern bridge. And of course now we've got the players here from Mecha 6. They've just pulled up into that warehouse. No one really there. We see the players from Rain Gaming, of course, just they still rotating up, and they might even push up over towards that eastern bridge, where we of course got the 2 teams sitting there, the Natural Killers and the team there, of course, from Citizens Gaming. So yeah, we haven't had much action just yet. I think everyone's still kind of weighing up the competition and seeing what's happening and where they are and what they can make with their position. Yeah. And I think they're also just waiting for that zone to start moving in, so that we can see where it's going to shift towards. And I think once the zone starts shifting now, we're going to see the players really starting to bring the engagement, because now they know where the next zone is going to move towards, and they can really plan accordingly.
Yeah, I agree. I think that right now the teams are sort of just assessing the situation, you know, getting themselves looted up, but they're just having a look and seeing what is going on the map. And when the next zone is decided, that will be the sort of the signal for them to start making the decisions. Where do they want to go? What do they want to do? Right now, though, we've seen 2 teams already make some good decisions. You can see the Natural Killers have decided to go up towards the northern portion of the eastern bridge. And Well, the Western Bridge also being camped out at the moment, but there comes the new zone, and it's actually pretty much slap bang center, more or less, but it is including that Eastern Bridge, so we might just see some fighting happening around that bridge. Depending on where the next zone drops, we might even see some teams getting absolutely mowed down, and, well, some teams might just decide to hop in that water, take a swim.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. But of course, in the meantime, we've got the outsiders. They're now, of course, moving up towards the citizens there from the northern side. Rain also not too far away, just over towards the south. And of course, then we got the team there from BBC over towards the east/northeastern edge. And Oxy just getting everything ready. Gun now busy rotating up from the military island side, coming across over the bridge, moving up right into the area there where we've got the team from the Natural Killers, and of course Oxy sitting all the way at the sixes, well, east of the sixes there. No one really there for them to spot just yet. We've got Inkosi slightly off in the distance, but I don't think it's any immediate threat for them just yet.
Right now, I'm just thinking to myself, is it not natural for so many people just to be drawn to a bridge? Because right now, that is what we have. We have like 4 teams sitting up to the northern portion of this eastern bridge. It's ridiculous, and I'm sure we're about to see more, because I think that a lot of teams realize 2 things. The bridge is the easiest way to get from one side to the other, just in case it goes to the military island, but also it just happens to be almost dead center of the zone, which is, like we've been talking about, one of the best places to be in terms of rotating into the next zone when it gets chosen. So this is like one of the most contested points on the map right now.
No, it is. And I mean, we've already seen a few shots now flying up from the Natural Killers over towards the citizens. We've got Gun, of course, moving in. As you can see, they're holding their spot there. We've got Broly off on the side here, just picking off a quick few shots over towards the players there from the Natural Killers. As we see Vile, of course, now right on the edge. Broly just tapping away. Oh, gets knocked out in the process. Vile, of course, not too happy with that assault, and retaliates, gets those hits in. And we see a few more teams now busy rotating up. You can see the shots, of course, going in there. Oxy putting a quick one into the reluctant team there. Sleepy, of course, just getting thirsted. And For You now also stepping up to the party.
Yeah, it looks like Ikasi's rotating in there from the western side. Reluctant actually also pretty close, right on top of what looks like For You. And, well, Oxym, I think, also going to be moving up. You could see Ikasi taking quite a bit of damage at the moment as they move their way in. But so many teams have their eyes set towards this center of the zone here, this top of the bridge.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've got Reluctant at the moment here. There's no one really close to them except for the players there from For You, of course, just off to the side. But another interesting thing that we're seeing also developing is the players there from Rain Gaming, as well as the team from Mecha 6. They're getting very close as well. BBC also closing in. All the teams just moving in tighter and tighter in towards that central part of the zone. And this is not something that we've seen on a regular basis. Usually we've got the teams fairly spread out, but for this one, they're all moving in. They're just packing themselves into that zone.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic to see. We're going to see some crazy, crazy action, of course, between these teams once those shots start flying across.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, there's just so many reasons for these teams to be where they are right now that it's no surprise that they're going to be there. And look at this new zone. Yes. Wow. So much, yes. I love this. I've been waiting for this zone for so long. All of these teams are gonna have to move in, and the center of the zone is a bridge.
Yeah. And what's pretty awesome though is this: we've got a few teams sitting in that zone. We've got Ikasi, we've got the players from Gun, we've got the Natural Killers, the Citizens, and the Outsiders. Now, if they play their cards well, they can really capitalize on their position, because all the other teams need to make that push into that zone, and they can really position themselves really, really well and really start raking in those kills.
Yeah, absolutely right. Like you said, plenty of teams already inside the zone. You could see the Citizens taking some shots towards the Outsiders as the Outsiders try and put the assault in on them. The rest of the teams having to make their way down. Lots and lots of teams in towards the northern area. You can see Unique rotating down. They spend some time in the blue zone. They are making their way in. Temper actually moving their way down now. Past Mecha 6, BBC there might just greet them as well. So we're about to see a whole bunch of fights breaking out as the teams start moving their way down in towards that zone, which is majority water.
Yeah.
Well, like half of it's at least water.
Oh, there we go. So we've got the players now from Rain Gaming busy with their rotation. They're heading up into a zone. Now we need to see where they're going to move. Are they going to pull up over towards the team there from the Citizens? Or are they going to move over towards the Natural Killers? You know, where they're going to go now is going to be absolutely crucial for their survival, because there's so many teams rotating up in towards the zone. And as you mentioned, a big portion of that zone being water. So there is limited real estate in the zone. And this is going to be a really, really tough fight, because these teams need to pick a spot and they need to fight.
Yeah. This is gonna test the team's mettle. Every single one of them is gonna be put under such pressure. You can see the northern portion of the zone is absolute it's like sardines up there. There's no one down on the southern portion of the bridge. Everyone is here on the main island just about, and they're all taking shots at one another.
Yeah, and there we go. The onslaught has started, or the slaughter rather. There's so many shots already flying across in the zone. You can see the players, of course, here from Citizen just positioning themselves on the outskirts there of Malta. And it's a pretty good position because so many teams need to rotate past them to make it up. That's, of course, if they stick towards the road. And not go bashing through the open fields. But there's so many teams, there's so much potential, and of course Temper now getting surrounded by 3 teams, as you can see just off in the distance there. So many teams around them, and they are really going to be in a very tough spot because they need to fight not only one team but so many other teams right there.
Do you know who I think is the smartest cookie right now? The Immortals, because they are alone on the southern portion and they're fine. They're like, yeah, we're here, no one's here, we're fine, we're gonna survive this one. If everyone on the northern portion kills themselves, we win basically. So then we're just gonna let everyone else fight. Every single one of these teams is up towards the north. All of them have to move their way down, and the next zone is on the bridge.
Wow. I mean, how's that? But the Citizens, like you said, I mean, that is like a 2000 IQ play. They move themselves over towards the southern side of, and they can just sit there comfortably. Yeah. While, of course, in the meantime, we've got these players fighting for position, fighting for this lobby. They're not only fighting the Blues, and they're fighting each other. They're fighting for position. And then, of course, the Immortals, as you can see in the southern side, they're just chilling, saying, well, let's maybe move up to the bridge. Let's have a look, have a gander.
They can just sit there. They've got the entire southern portion of the bridge completely to themselves. Everyone on the northern portion is fighting their way to try and get in here, and it is absolute chaos. You can see those trucks flying left and right, back and forth, absolutely everywhere. Temper trying to put it in as they try and make their way in. Everyone is fighting for the limited real estate, and there is pretty much none to go around at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we only have that small little portion of the map, of course, sitting in the northern side. And it's going to be absolutely insane. You can just see Temper now starting to pick off players. We've got Maestro moving in, getting taken down. Shady, of course, running him over. Now, the remainder of the team there from Temper also busy battling it out. You can see Mayo over here going up against the players there from Quiet Storm. We also have Oxy putting in a quick few shots as they now start rotating up. The Natural Killers picking them off as well. So, pretty fair exchange between all these teams here. And BBC now also making their way up in towards the zone. As you can see right there on the mini-map, they're just in the northern section, trying to move up over towards the Natural Killers. We've got the players, of course, here from Temper, just positioning themselves on the shoreline here. In a sense, it is a pretty good spot, but it also is a very tough position, because anyone can move in. Like you can see the players there, of course, are from Quiet Storm, just off in the distance, and if they move in, they put those shots in, they can really do some damage.
Oh man, this is absolutely amazing to watch. You can see the teams that we usually see doing a really great job in, the rounds like Temper. They're putting a lot of work in, but what they're doing is very, very specific. They're going around and they're taking fights and they're wiping people out. They're not necessarily looking for the best spot to be in. They're looking to see how they can get in and take players out. And right now, that's exactly what they're doing. They've literally fought their way in from the north all the way down into zone. They secured the coastline for themselves. They've taken so many fights. They've taken out so many players. And right now, that's what all the sort of top teams are doing right now. Natural Killers has been taking great fights. BBC moving in, trying to take some fights. You could see Gun. They're actually sitting at the top of the bridge, camping there, trying to get some fights. This is like... exactly what we've been waiting for so long. It's just absolute, it's a madhouse right here. Everyone needs to take the fights. They have no choice. There's no other way to play this. They have to fight their way into zone, and that's been seeing for quite some time now.
Yeah, but what's great is, like you mentioned now, the players there from Temper, they're fighting their way up in towards zone. And not only are they just picking a random fight, they're actually choosing a fight, seeing, okay, cool, that team over there has got a position that could either be dangerous for us, or if we can take them out, we can move up into their position and then, of course, get the upper hand on any of the other teams.
Yeah.
So they're playing it quite strategically, moving up bit by bit, taking out only who they need to take out to ensure that they are in a pretty good spot. And then, of course, we have the zone moving up once again, yet again on the bridge, giving them a little bit more real estate for this round at least. But I mean, there's still not a lot of options. It is so packed.
yeah. There's no other word to describe it right now. It's absolutely packed, and right now they need to play this one to knock teams out, like you say. Take the team out, take their position, repeat. Because right now these teams are sort of stacked on top of one another, and the center of the zone is at the northern portion of the bridge, which means that if you want to get in zone, you need to knock the players in front of you out. Those players need to knock the players in front of them out to get in, and so on and so forth. So they need to sort of start their fights. They need to pick their fights, see where they want to move in, like you say, move in, take the fights, and see how that works out, because they don't have a choice. There's limited real estate right now to work with. The zone is only going to get smaller from here, and well, you know how it works. Only one team can take that chicken dinner, and with 11 teams and 33 players still on the board, these teams need to fight for that real estate.
And I mean, the zone is only 300 meters across, so there is really not a lot of space. And a beautiful grin being flung over there by Fear right over to the woods. The natural killers, you can see Kasi, of course, now still trying to find a good position. There's so many teams, so many players moving in. 33 in a zone that is only 300 meters across. So that is really, really a challenging spot. And you can see BBC, of course, now rushing up right in towards the natural killers. Natural killers getting quite a bit of damage, but also doing quite a bit of damage there. BBC down to their last player.
Ooh,
Ooh. Wow.
Those are some serious shots there, but BBC managed to cling on just barely. You can see those players now being revived, being brought back to try and fight another day here. And it's interesting to see that the teams that have really thrived in this situation have been the teams like Temper and BBC, and they've been winning these fights, managing to keep themselves alive. Temper is on a full squad right now. BBC will be able to res themselves up back to a full squad. Gun, full squad as well. They've been sitting in this one. I think Immortals are actually down towards the south. They've managed to keep themselves alive as well. But they're still alive, and they're still kicking right now.
Yeah, and they've managed to sneak up right behind the outsiders. The outsiders, of course, turning all their attention towards the northern part of the zone, because that's where the majority of the teams are. But that, of course, opening it up amazingly for the Immortals just to sneak in behind them. And of course, Hitman getting knocked out there. We got Rasta and Zero now just under the defense. So he'll also trying to get a quick few shots in, while of course they're trying to get the res into their teammate there. Umar managing to get that res, and you can see Sahil here just tapping away as the outsiders now turn their attention over towards the Immortals. So now they're in a pretty tough spot here. They really have to defend themselves against the players right there with them. And of course, we got a few stragglers right behind them as well. We've got Zane, Poison, and Frieza just chilling in the water. So that's like the backup plan for the teams, and the zone shifts up in favor of Temper. Now
I was about to say,
these other teams need to move up. That is, wow, this is going to be absolutely insane. Everyone now trying to move up, trying to get those hits in. Wow.
Yeah, all the fights need to happen right now. The Immortals need to utilize their position that they've been gifted for being on the southern portion. Now they're utilizing that time that they've had, but can they bring it to the fullest extent? They will be able to wipe the team from the outsiders out of the map, so they managed to capitalize on their positioning and win that out. But who else needs to capitalize on their positioning is going to be Temper. They're right in the zone, and they have complete control over it. They can basically gatekeep every single team from getting in right now. So it's up to all the other teams to fight it out and start getting in towards that zone. We still have 7 teams on the board. We have all the players now trying to get their way in here, and they need to resolve these fights quickly. Gun, they need to take out the players from Ikasi. You can see Blink up towards the north trying to get themselves in. Immortals need to try and make their way up and challenge Temper, because there is no way that they're going to get a free spot in this zone right now.
And of course, the blue zone is also moving in, so it's forcing these teams to move in. They have no other choice. They have to move up, and we're going to see a few players, of course, getting knocked out in the process by not only the blue zone, but the teams now positioning themselves in a fantastic spot. Temper taking, well, really capitalizing on what they've got here. You can see them tapping off a few shots there over towards the Immortals. The Immortals, of course, now left with their last two, MFP and Umar, and the rest of the lobby all stuck over towards the western side. They're trying to move in. We've got Gun, Ikasi, and of course the players there from Blink situated on that western side. Ikasi taking quite a few hits, but fortunately for them, they've got one player still out right there on the edge. Oh, down goes Jasmine, and of course Ikasi getting sent back to the lobby. We are down to 5 teams. 6 teams, sorry. 15 players still alive. The Immortals sitting on their last 2. We got Temper, of course, still on a full squad, as well as Gun.
Yeah.
Gun sitting on a full squad as well.
Yeah, these big names have managed to keep themselves up with quite a decent player count. So right now we're waiting to see how they approach the situation. Gun taking some shots at the Immortals, who are straggling at the moment, so a good pick from them might just come in clutch. Umar now getting dropped out, so it's down to 1 player for the Immortals, and I don't think they have long, because Temper is moving up as well, which is going to leave us with very few teams remaining. So we basically have a triangle at the moment between Gun, BBC, and Temper, and they have to figure out a way, a hole in the defense basically, to try and move in, because Temper's not going to give up their spot for free. And Gun and BBC are both going to try and get into the open position, and there's not going to be enough space for absolutely everyone. So the Immortals now getting knocked out. Zane still hasn't been spotted, actually, so he's just swimming in the water, and he's going to survive as long as possible, which is great for a positional ranking. He's going to get his team some decent points with this, because there's only 4 teams remaining, so he's guaranteed a top 4 spot, which is some really good play from him. But the rest of these teams need to sort themselves out real quick, because this zone is getting smaller.
It is, and I mean, we've got Temper still caught on the side of on that ridge. We've got Gun now rotating up, trying to move in. We've got BBC also taking quite a bit of damage there. They are down to their last 2 players. We've got Zane just sneaking up to the side, sneaks up, gets the hit in on Mayo. Now let's see, will he be able to capitalize on this, or is he going to get taken out? Nos now moving up, taking him down. Beautiful play there, but of course Zane just sneaking up, getting that 4th position there for the team. We got Gun, of course, now getting hit once again. We have a 3v4v2. Wow.
Zane doing a really good job there, getting that position ranking and just moving up in time for that zone. Obviously, he didn't really have a choice. He couldn't have stayed there. So, yeah, he did the best with what he got, and managed to get at least 1, I think. So, pretty decent stuff from him. But now we have 3 teams, 8 players, and only one of them can go home with their chicken dinner right now, and they're all going to be fighting as absolutely hard as they can. Tampa have a really great position here with a little bit of cover behind this little incline here. The rest of the teams, they're going to have to make their way up and put some shots in. BBC very low. Gun also trying to hold on to what they've got at the moment.
And of course, two of the teams focusing all their attention right over to Gun. So Gun taking quite a bit of damage there. You know, it is looking fairly tough, and Gun has only got 1 player left. They're getting shot from underneath the vehicles there. The vehicles also now taking a little bit of damage. So if Nerf can get this res in on Risk, you know, they might have a bit of a fighting chance. And of course, BBC is down to their last player. So this is really, really going to be a tough ending. We've got Temper still scouring the area. They're trying to get as many shots in as they can. Shady, of course, still landing hit after hit into that vehicle. And it's really, really tough. Down goes Risk once again. Nihal sneaking in that shot. Wow.
Yeah, he's making it so difficult for Gun to keep themselves in this one. And I think this might be the end for them. Temper should be able to capitalize on this positioning. But the question is who comes out on top, because it could still go either way. Risk's going to get taken down, and there's the explosion by Gun. And now Temper can pull the trigger on the last remaining player from BBC here.
Well, Nihal still, he's still in a pretty good position. He can still clutch this, because he got that knock in on Flacco, and we still have Nos and Shady left. Now, if he plays his cards well, he might be able to get those hits in. Of course, Flacco now just getting raised up. So now we're going to see, will he be able to get that final hit in, or will Temper be the one to send him back to the lobby? Shots, of course, now flying in right over towards Nihal. He's just trying to stay prone as long as he can, trying to use that ridge. Gets yet another hit in on Shady. Flacco fairly low on health. Nos now trying to move up. Unfortunately for Nihal, he's got a little bit of a ridge there in his favor. So let's see, will he be able to capitalize on that? Will he get those final few hits in?
Oh.
Because this is a really, really close fight.
Yeah, this is close. It's literally down to who lands the shots right now. Nahel just dancing around this bush trying to stay alive.
Ooh.
Is he just gonna end
Goes
it?
for blue zone. Yep. Oh.
Oh, he doesn't go for the clutch. He ends it himself. Man,
Yeah.
I would have really liked to see him go in for that clutch. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. But I mean, yet again, we have a pretty impressive kill count there for Temper, sitting on 18 kills. Wow, that's absolutely insane. BBC already also sitting on 11, and then of course the players there from Guns sitting on 4 kills. And those are that's pretty much the two teams that slaughtered the rest of the lobby.
Yep, pretty much. Like the teams, these top 3 teams, yeah, like you say, basically, in fact, these top 2 teams pretty much taking out the whole lobby themselves, more or less. Temper doing an insane job, and that is all owing to the way that they played that whole situation. You know, they were moving down in from the north. They were basically funneled, like all of the teams were funneled down in towards the top of that bridge. That was exactly what was happening. They literally funneled all into the same spot. And what Temper did is they realized that they were on the outside. They realized that they were moving down and they were behind basically everyone. So what they did is they, one by one, they took a fight all the way in towards the zone. They picked a spot, found a team, took the fight, got into a good position, assessed the situation, found another team in a good spot, went in, took them out, took that position, and so forth until they were in the zone, and they managed to find themselves on that coast and get it secured. And it just so happened that the zone dropped right on top of them, and they were like, all right, cool, we'll just stay here. They leveraged that position all the way to the end. They managed to stay alive. The fact that they were in that final zone with all of their players still alive is huge, and that is pretty much the end of that story. They were able to leverage their man advantage. They played across the incline really well, and they got those kills in. So yeah, well done, well played to them. Good, pretty much a good game from everyone. You know, that zone was insane. I don't think we've seen something like that for quite some time. So yeah, really well played for all the teams just trying to manage themselves inside that one, and of course well played to Temper for that chicken dinner. So yeah, that was insane, man.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, how was that also for the Immortals positioning themselves all the way in the southern part and just, you know, riding that zone up in towards that bridge? You know, that was absolutely insane. And yeah, well done to the Immortals. That was a pretty ingenious strat that they used there. It got them quite far into that match. And of course, you know, they managed to pull themselves all the way up into 5th.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
yeah, so, yeah.
yeah, I mean, that... Nothing else to say when it comes to that. Just absolutely insane stuff. And I'm really, really keen to see what happens in the next one. Without further ado, though, we're going to be sending you guys back to the desk. And we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thank you so much, DK and Pashi. What a game that was. I mean, talk about it. These are the teams, Phoenix, we were talking about. BBC being out there. JXP Temper, the way they performed. Gun finally getting in the top 3, top 5. Incredible performances indeed. But you were showcasing some wonderful stats. I mean, 2 teams taking half the lobby down.
30 kills
Wow.
if we combine the kills of JXP Temper and Team BBC. Oh my god. Oh, amazing performance by these 2 teams. If we talk about the standings, JXP Temper got the 1st position, BBC got 2nd, Gamers United Nation got 3rd, and the kills department, JXP Temper got 18 kills, BB got 11 kills, Gamers United Nation got 4 kills, and Inkosi Esports got 4th position with 6 kills, 5th position Immortals with 3 kills, For You Quest got 6th position with 2 kills, 7th Blink 6th placement point and 3 kills, Sidesons Gamings with 4 kills and 8th position.
Wow, I mean, this has been a wonderful turn of events for certain teams. Like, for example, Inkosi has to be the one that I have to mention. I mean, they're looking really good on 4th spot with 6 kills to this team. Well, they're certainly here in round number 2 to prove their mettle, and they are going to be certainly showcasing that domination, because placing 4th right off the get-go, first day of round number 2, is looking really neat. And of course, as we move on down to the second latter half of the leaderboard, you're looking at natural killers. Natural killers this time around not being the cold-blooded natural killers that we saw them in week number 1, but indeed I'm sure they will be able to capitalize, as other teams below them are not looking good as well, Phoenix.
So they didn't get a single kill because BBC and JXP Temper got all the kills. And if we talk about natural killers, BBC did kill the whole team. They first of all, what they
Right.
think is they have to just demolish. Okay, they just have to delete the competition and just move forwards towards the game. And if we talk about Immortals, they show a very nice game, and
Oh,
Inkosi
yes.
Esports as well. They are just stepping forward. They are showing their best, and I'm just got amazed about. And if we talk about For You Quest, the player which is Zane. Okay,
Right.
he got the placement point very nicely. He's just get thrown down till the last zone and
Exactly.
got the kill from JXP Temper, and unfortunately they just seen him and killed him, but he played very well, and it's a very nice game from For You Quest.
Absolutely is. I mean, For You Quest has showcased some wonderful synergistic performance earlier as well. And when you talk about going against competition like JXP Tempo, when you talk about the killers that they are in this game of PUBG Mobile, it is incredible to witness them stand up against For You Quest, because after all, For You Quest has been wonderful. But with that, we do have the most valuable player, Shady, coming in with 7 kills from JXP Tempo, looking really strong. And I'm really excited to have a look at what the final leaderboard is going to be showcasing, because once again, this is going to be incredible start for JXP Tempo. Round number 1 was already in their favor,
Yeah.
and now as you start off day 1 of round number 2, again it seems like JXP Tempo is certainly going to be taking the lead.
Yes, and I just have to give credits to JXP Temper. Nos, he also got 5 kills. He's a support player, and he's just giving support very nicely. Whenever a player got knocked out, he just finish him instantly so that the team gets the kill as well as the placement point, because they are very confident they have to get the first position, so nobody's in their competition, and they proved that they are the best. And hats off to Immortals as well, and Inkosi Esports, they played also well.
Absolutely did. With that, of course, we reached the end of match number 1. We're going to go on a very, very short break. Stick around, as match number 2 is right around the corner. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming, coming to you live on Jinx TV, where indeed we just witnessed in the PUBG Mobile segment match 1 where, wow, what a gameplay it was. Two teams taking down half the lobbies, what we witnessed in match number 1, where of course GXP Temper did take that chicken dinner, but BBC wasn't that far behind. And talking more on this conversation, joining me on the NS desk is none other than, once again, the incredible Pain Phoenix. My apologies.
I get it. It happens. It happens. I really loved the circle, to be honest, because the way it was a drastic shift. I love that. I'm so looking forward to the second game and hoping for a similar, I think, fight.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's keep our fingers crossed. Get into match number 2 with our casters that, again, are none other than DK and Pachi.
There we go. Thank you so much once again, guys. All right, so we are heading up into our second match for the day. Ooh, Pachi, if the first one was anything to go on, this second one is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah.
So let's hope that we get that zone once again, because you can see the flight path there, of course, taking us from Savoni, heading straight over down towards Primorsk there. So the players now have a little bit of a change up there, going from a more southerly zone that we had in the first one, of course, now over towards the western edge.
Yeah, I mean, the previous match was just something else entirely. We have not seen something like that for quite a while, I think, and it definitely threw a curveball to all of these teams, and it really forced them to switch up the way they play and really have to sort of innovate in terms of how they approach things going forward. This flight path, a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more sort of quote-unquote normal for the teams. They would have practiced this one a little bit more. They'll be more used to this kind of stuff, and they have access to all of the hotspots that they generally like. So they'll be dropping down into George, you know, all the normal places, Pachinki, all the fun stuff happening there. So nothing really crazy with that. The real question is the zone going to give us a crazy stuff like last time? And that is already interesting. We're going to see some shots right in the beginning, some early aggression happening. And interestingly enough, that zone looks very familiar.
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, we already see quite a few teams landing right on top of each other. We got several shots already flying across. We got the outsiders just moving in, trying to get those hits in. Andrew trying to gets the hit in there on BBC. So BBC now down to, I think, 2 players. And, you know, well, yeah, 2 or 3 players. Well, they're down to 3. There we go. All right, so a few more players now need to make their way up in towards that zone. And only a few of them have already started that rotation. We see BBC moving in. We see the players there from Rain Gaming as well as the Natural Killers. So they've already rotated up. And of course now the Citizens right there with the Immortals over in Watertown. They're putting in a quick few shots as well. You know, so it's going to be interesting to see what these players are going to do. Everyone's still fairly spread out. They do have about 2 minutes left still to loot in the zone before they actually have to start moving up in towards the safe area there. So we'll see what these players are going to do and which way around they're going to play it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think I would be sweating just a little bit because coming out of that previous match in the way that it happened and seeing the zone land in almost an identical spot, that's going to make me a little bit worried that we're going to see some chaos. And I'm interested to see if some of these teams will actually cave underneath that pressure and actually try and get the rotates in quickly. Because if I was getting sort of flashbacks of the previous map right now, I would just be getting right into zone. I'd be like, no. I'm running right now. We're getting into zone. We're getting right to the middle. We're going to be sitting right here because... well, we're on that zone is all the way on the southeast, like it was in the previous one. We have some of that military base available, and who knows, the zone might drop there. And if it does, these teams need to leg it.
Yep, no, that's definitely true. And I mean, we're going to see who's going to make the move over towards that military base, because at the moment we don't have any teams there. All the teams, in fact, on the main island making their way around. You can see on the map there, and we got a few teams already starting the push, heading over. We got the Rain Gaming team, of course, pushing up over in towards Lipovka there. We got a few Grens, of course, now still here between the Immortals and the players, of course, there from the Citizens. Several shots also flying in. Now, we're waiting to see what's going to happen, because we got the team there from 4U. They're positioned in Pachinki, so that's right on the edge of the zone. So they don't really need to move just yet. But on the other hand, then, we've got the players from Gun, we've got Tempo, we've got Fight Storm, we've got the players from Unique, we have the team there from Blink. then of course also the two teams that got the Immortals and the Citizens, as well as the outsiders, Inkosi, Reluctant. All those teams still need to make their move up into a zone. And at the moment, the zone's fairly open. There's still a lot of space, still a lot of real estate. And I want to see where these teams are going to move to. Are they going to move up into those open spots, as we can see, of course, they're over towards the southern side of the zone, right there on the military base? Are they going into that area, or are they going to stick to the main island once again for the zone?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, if I was a team sitting on towards the western portion of the map right now, a team like Gun, a team like Inkosi, I would be really seriously considering moving down that western bridge onto the military base, because the chances that somebody's dropped there at the moment are pretty low, because the flight path didn't really allow for any drops in that particular area, so it's a very low chance that somebody's going to be in there. But I think that a really good rotation would be to just get in towards that military base, get some of that space, get yourself safe, and also give yourself a chance at sliding down across towards that bridge and, maybe secure yourself a position just in case something like the previous match happens once again, because that is looking like a very real threat. Now, we're waiting for the teams to make those rotations, of course, to come in. There's still plenty of time. Of course, that first blue zone does take a while to get in, so still a bit of freedom for these teams to start moving on here. You can see the Citizens, they have started making moves, but there's a lot of teams now actually moving from west just straight into the zone, and this is why I said it would be smart to go down towards the base via the western bridge, because you can see a lot of teams, they're just making their way straight across the mainland into that zone.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see what they're gonna do. We of course have the players there from Rain Gaming moving up in towards Mansion. We've got the team there from Mecha 6, not too far away, so there's a potential for a bit of a fight there, of course. And we've got the team from Inkosi moving themselves up into Woods Farm. We've got the Citizens now making a bit of as well, right there on the edge of the zone. But what's interesting to note is that we've got quite stormy play flicking that. So I'm gonna see what teams are gonna do. Are they gonna actually take those fights, or are they gonna try and push up into another direction?
Yeah, I mean, we have yet to see how that's going to work out right now. A lot of teams on towards the western side of that zone making their way in. Quite a lot of teams trying to make sure that they do not lose out, do not lose any positioning, especially compared to the last match where that was a very big, consideration, a big factor in how things played out. So definitely not going to want to lose out on that. Definitely going to want to up the tempo a little bit. But that raises the question, if all these teams are upping the tempo like that, trying to move in as quickly as they can, are they going to start making mistakes? Are they going to get caught out on the rotations, going to get shot by some of these other teams that are already made their way in? Now you can see Reluctant making their way in, Natural Killers literally right on top of them as they make their way in, and Inkosi also in that line, in that sort of path. They could run into a lot of resistance here. So the question is, do they manage to survive this whole set of rotations here that have to come in? We will see. So right now, we are just waiting for a lot of the teams to make their way in. Many teams have already made their way inside the zone. You can see the Natural Killers obviously having seen some of those players from Reluctant moving past. Reluctant obviously quickly changing their course, making sure that they do not get caught out. But it looks like the Natural Killers will be just throwing themselves out of vehicles as per usual. So it is now officially a PUBG match. So at least we have that going on at the moment. And it looks like some explosions will be the end of a lot of these players here. And that is, of course, because of those quick rotations that I was talking about. Those quick rotations forcing the players into difficult spots. There's no time to prepare, no time to be cautious. Being so quick on the feet means that, you open yourself up to a little bit of gatekeeping, a little bit of attack from other teams who are already successfully inside the zone. All right, so we are waiting for the teams to make their way in at the moment. Some of the teams still stuck behind in that blue zone, but they are still making their way up at the moment. We'll be able to get inside, but once again, this begs the question, will they be able to successfully fight it out right now? Because many teams are rotating in at the same time, but a lot of them are still on the outskirts of the zone. You can see right here on your screen, plenty of teams. You can see Temper all the way up there with Effects. You can see Unique also up there with the Citizens and the 4U all sort of lining the outside. Meanwhile, in the center of that zone, plenty of teams still crowding around, maybe a little bit reminiscent of the previous one. And you could see the zone landing right in the middle once again. threatening to land up on that bridge just like it did the last time. So these teams right now, they're just waiting to see what happens, because if we get a repeat of map 1, this is about to be absolutely insane right now. So having a look at these rotations coming through now, we're waiting to see if the teams will run into one another. You could see the Outsiders putting a few hits into Unique at the moment as they try and make their way in. And actually, the Outsiders might just be able to successfully gatekeep Unique as they try and make their way in. You can see Zero putting the hits in, and they're just not letting Unique get into the circle right now. They're making sure that they do not get any free passes in towards that zone. Meanwhile, as you can see on your screen here, For You trying to make their way in, just driving straight past and actually going to stop the car. They're going to be jumping out and taking a fight immediately against Inkosi. Inkosi going to be shooting right back at them, making sure that they don't got anything for free, but Beukes is going to be the one laying down the fire. Very low on HP, but he's going to be making his way straight inside there to get those fights going. And this is what we've been waiting for. Some of that serious aggression coming in, now moving his way in, taking down the entirety, just laying down the rest of that fight. So Inkosi getting wiped straight off the board. Now, For You, they're not in a very great position because Satan is the only one still left alive for them. So they've definitely got a little bit of a ways to go. And of course, Gun now just towards their south, as you can see on the map. Very, very difficult spot for You. But speaking of a difficult spot, it's going to be the Outsiders gatekeeping Unique and saying absolutely nobody passes us, and actually wipes them off the board as well. That leaves 15 teams and 49 players remaining on the board, and a lot of those teams have decided to rotate in towards the center of the zone. And the reason for that, of course, is, well, map 1, that was the key to success, of getting into the center of that zone, and the teams definitely do not want to drop anything at the moment. So they're learning from that map 1 experience and making sure that they get their way in as soon as they can. Now, Temper right next to Mecha 6 here. Immortals now, as you can see, making their way in as well. Effects moving up very much close to that center. Natural Killers and BBC also on their way up. So most of these teams, they have definitely taken a thing or two from the previous round. They know that they've got to get themselves in. The center of the zone, of course, is a very, very critical place to be, especially in a tumultuous zone like this, because if you're in the center of the zone when the next zone gets chosen, then of course you'll be in a really, really great spot. You'll basically be in the closest theoretical possible distance to rotate, or the easiest distance to rotate into the next zone. You know, you'll be at an equal sort of distance to most of where the zones could land. So putting yourself in the center of the zone, really, really good, really good spot to be in, really good position. So that's what the teams, as you can see on your map here, are doing at the moment. They're just crowding in towards that center, all sort of branching out, making sure that they're not too close to any opponents. You can see Reluctant is the only one who's semi-close to Immortals, but Immortals making their way straight across. Temper, as you can see, setting themselves up here, trying to take some shots towards Mecha 6, but at the moment, it's just a couple of pot shots, nothing too crazy. What is interesting, though, is that we will be seeing that zone landing towards the western side of the map, which is great. A couple of return shots going in towards Temper, but nothing crazy just yet. But that zone in the west is going to force all the players from the east to rotate their way into that zone once again. And so many teams are on the east that they might just end up clumping up towards that side, and they might just be getting into some fights momentarily. And now if we have a look here, you can see Effects making their way in, Reluctant just below them. Temper still holding their ground. The fact that they are here inside the zone still gives them a really great spot to be. And, well, that's going to make sure that they have a little bit of those line of sights for some of the teams that are making their way in, and potentially giving them a couple of free kills. Who knows? You can see the Natural Killers also making their way in from the east there, just ensuring that they get into the zone. Rain Gaming as well, just below them, trying to keep out of the line of sight. BBC as well, just skirting around. And at the moment, we're not seeing that many fights because, of course, these teams, they really just want to preserve themselves. They want to get into that zone, make sure they have a place to be before everything gets too crazy. It looks like the zone will be a little bit less crazy than the previous map, so at least the teams can take a couple of breaths to just to recuperate a little bit. Speaking of taking a breath, I need to take a bit of a breath because, as you can probably tell, DK having a bit of those technical issues and not able to join us at the moment, so we're just waiting to see if he will come back anytime soon. For now, you're stuck with me, your boy Patchy. We out here. Alright, so taking a look at what's going on now, you can see Natural Killers just chilling inside that zone. They're just barely within that limit, so just making their way in. Sitting here for the moment. Mecha 6 also just surrounding farm. Just going to be holding their ground. Most of these teams, they realize they don't have to take too many fights, although Immortal's going to be taking a fight against the Outsiders. They might just want to rethink that, and it looks like they will. You can see a bit of a setup here between these teams, Rain Gaming, BBC, and of course 4U. Just got a little bit of a crossfire potentially going on, a little bit of a drop going towards BBC as well. But like I was saying, none of these teams right now need to get overly aggressive. I know I'm a huge fan of aggression. Of course, you'll know that if you've been watching in any recent times. But right now, the teams do not need to be aggressive. Now that the zone has been chosen, once again, centering around farm, these teams will now have to be aggressive. So they've played this one passively as they should, not getting into any unnecessary fights, making sure they're not dropping out. But we still have 15 teams and 48 players remaining, which means that a lot of fighting needs to happen at some point. So the teams just needed a bit of a break before stuff got too intense. Now, speaking of intense, Reluctant moving up on Immortals. Immortals just not able to deal with the threat, trying to take on too many players at once, not knowing where all the angles are, and just rushing in, and they get taken straight out. So that's another team sent back to the lobby. We got 14 left, and a lot of them still needing to make their way in. You can see this zone centered straight around farm is going to mean that, well, these players are running out of that real estate quite quickly. Oh, now some shots going in between Reluctant and the Outsiders, of course. Now some shots going all across there. Tempo also going to be putting the hits in to Rain Gaming. So you can see them dropping now as well. Tempo making sure that they're putting those hits down. And Tempo, I really have to give it to them. They've been doing really well in these past few matches. You can see them laying down the shots now, Sleeping, moving in, trying to take down the remaining players here. Just going to be capitalizing on what they got. Actually going to be taking a lot of damage. Just getting into the house in the nick of time. But will it last? You can see Blitz now making his way in as well to try and save the rest of the team. We'll see who comes out on top of this one. Blitz now moving in. Outsiders putting the shots, but it is not going to be enough. Reluctant will be winning that one out, so we'll play to them. They're going to manage to successfully come out on top of that one and get themselves some kills. But as I was saying, Tempo have been really great in these last few games. They've been doing a really amazing job of not only putting themselves towards the top of the scoreboard, but also getting the kills on the board, which is definitely something quite big that we've been talking about now. In the meantime, Natural Killer is going to be wiping out the last remaining player from Unique, so they can say goodbye as well, leaving us with 12 teams remaining. But when it comes to getting yourself as many points as possible, placement points plus frags or kill points is absolutely huge and absolutely crucial. Rain Gaming now taking some shots. A little bit under fire, but most of these teams are just making their way in towards that zone, trying to get themselves set up before anything crazy happens. They have a little bit of space to work with. You can see on the eastern side of the zone, there's Tempo with Mecha 6. On the south, we have effects with the remaining player from 4U and, of course, the players there from BBC. On the western side, we have quite a number of teams just dotting around sort of northwest and west. We have, of course, Oxium, we have Gun, we have the Citizens and Quest. So the question is now, where does the next zone drop and how do these players decide to rotate? Because that is what it's going to come down to here. The decision by these players to get in here is going to mean everything. Natural Killer's taking some shots towards Quest. They're going to be absolutely relentless in getting those hits in, really making sure that that team is not going to get anything for free. And the next zone has dropped once again. You can see all the way in towards farm once again. Things are getting tight. Not easy at all. Natural Killers continuing to be absolutely relentless, just laying down the fire, even into the smoke, just to try and get that. It will, of course, be the Citizens to maybe dissuade them a little bit, but yeah, some really great shooting at the moment. Alright, so you can see Gun now taking some hits in BBC in effect, just off towards the side there. Gun don't want to get any unnecessary hits, don't want to get taken down for no reason. They did a pretty good job of staying alive and keeping their team on the board in the previous map, and of course they're going to be replicating, or at least wanting to replicate that success going into this one. Done a pretty good job of getting those placement points on the board, and you know, if you're not confident or you're not able to get those kills on the board, then getting those placement points is definitely a great way to supplicate that. Now at the moment you can see a lot of teams rotating in, some Grens going out, Gun making sure they get in there as quickly as they can. But right now Natural Killers taking quite a heavy beating, Citizens moving in as well, and you can see Gun is actually trapped between the last remaining player from 4U there and of course the players from Effect. Ooh, looks like the Natural Killer is going to be running some players over in the meantime. It's going to be quite a difficult spot. Meanwhile,
Okay.
Mecha 6 and Temper will be exchanging some fire.
You hear me?
And a lot of players moving in from the western side,
No, not
trying to
yet.
get their way
I don't
in.
know.
Definitely going to get very, very crowded there. You can see Temper just putting those shots in, making sure that they're getting those kills as per usual. They have been a little bit less aggressive this game, though. Maybe it's just trying to recuperate and play a little bit more passive than the previous game allowed. Reluctant going to be putting in quite a number of shots as well. We have 10 teams remaining on this board, 29 players left alive. You can see Citizens now moving in on towards Oxium. Ooh, what a situation. Reluctant, the strongest squad at the moment. Citizens taking the shots towards Rix and Oxide, of course. Quickscope here, not able to do very much. And Rix, now the last one, has to try and get something done. But can it happen? I'm not too sure. Right now, Reluctant looking like they're in pretty much the best spot, at least man advantage-wise. They've got the numbers. They can still lay down the suppressing fire on towards these teams. Here you can see Quickscope can't really move. There's too many players around. If the Citizens spot him out, it will be done. If Reluctant spot him out, it's done. But you can see the Grens going over to Rix to try and wipe him out and finish him off. And he's just taking cover behind those cars there, trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible.
You know, it's been absolutely crazy so far. Seeing these players move about, I mean, we are down to that last 9 teams, 22 players. It's going to be absolutely insane moving up into this final zone and see where these teams are going to go. Will we see the Citizens? No, there they go, the Citizens getting taken out. Oxy, of course, landing those final few hits in there, and everyone now just trying to move up, fighting for that position, fighting for control in this last bit of the zone.
Well, it's good to have you back.
There we go. Oh, look at those shots.
Yeah, definitely a difficult position for Gun to be in. They're surrounded pretty much by every single team on this map.
Well, we got Effects also now pulling up. In they come right up to join the party. So Gun is like you said, they're in a bit of a tough position here. We've got so many teams around them, so many people surrounding them. So now we just need to see whether or not they'll be able to get those shots.
Yeah, that is the question. Right now it's looking very, very difficult for them. You can see them getting wiped down. The pressure is on from all sides at the moment. You can see Effect here putting the pressure on Reluctant as well. They're not letting Gun go for free, and that's pretty much going to make this an almost impossible task for Nerf to complete here. You know, it has to save everything by himself, and that's not an easy situation to be in. And with all the smoke and low visibility and pretty much surrounded by everyone else, it's really going to make this difficult. We have 5 teams remaining, 14 players on the board. The zone is absolutely minuscule. It's about 100 or so meters across, and not much room to play around in.
So far the gun is just hanging on to with that one player. Nerf just there in the center, trying to survive, trying to see if he can, you know, get the team into some pretty good position, because we got the players there, of course, also now. That being the team there from Blink, just right over towards his south position. We got Temper still holding on, and then of course Reluctant right there. So this is gonna be a very, very tough zone.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, Temper, once again, they've been doing such a great job. They always make it into this final zone. They somehow managed to do that with pretty much all of their players still remaining, and that is a huge, huge advantage for them, because not only do they get those placements, they get the kills as well, which is pretty much what we were saying in the past is, you know, is the goals right there. Right now, Effect and Reluctant, pretty much the only ones who could really challenge a Temper at the moment, since Gun is under heavy fire, and there's only one player remaining for them, that of course being Nerf. But, you know, at this point, Temper also have the advantage here in terms of cover, so they're moving up now, and they could actually just catch Effects completely off of guard. Effects
And they're moving in. Well. Here we go. Let's see. Will they get it? Oh!
There it is. Wild Effect hunt for Nerf. Temper going to be moving into position as well. That zone getting ever smaller, and Nerf still alive for some reason. Actually going to be taking some shots, taking out one of the players there from Effects, but it's not going to last. He's going to get absolutely blown to smithereens. And that means that we have 3 teams remaining. And Luffy, well, it's not looking too good for him right now. It's going to be a very difficult spot for him to exist in right now. It is basically Reluctant versus Temper, and we've seen Temper win these.
Yeah, we have, and we'll see what they can do with their position now. We've got them slightly up on that ridge. You know, there's some little bit of higher ground there. They've got a little bit of terrain in their favor, and of course, you know, Reluctant now needs to move into that position, and Vibe also right there, while the remaining one, you know, Luffy there from Blink. So we'll see now whether or not he can make the push in up into wood zone, or will he get taken down by either the Temper or the Reluctant team.
Yeah, we will see. At the moment, Luffy pretty much has the one small trump card, and that is the element of potential surprise, as Reluctant and Temper are going to be battling it out now. They're going to be popping all these smokes, going to be playing a little bit of a long game here. Both of these teams have that chicken dinner in sight. It is barely there in these players' grasp, but the question is, who is going to finally manage to grab that chicken dinner? And that will be decided pretty soon. Now you can see the play zone actually going to be taking out Luffy. Nothing they can do there. And Temper now laying down the fire on towards Reluctant. Can they keep it up, or is this another Temper win?
Well, there we go. Sleepy looking a bit sleepy there as he gets hits, running right up into that zone. We've got Smitty now moving up, and Blitz trying to get that res in on Maestro. So we're sitting here with a 3v4. Definitely going to be tough. Temper on 3 players, but there we go. Mayo sending a quick one in, taking down one of the players there from Reluctant, evening the scoreboard. Now we have a 3v3. And it's still pretty much anything goes. That vehicle also potential threat. There we go. Flacco getting hit by that. Nos blowing up the vehicle. Flacco being a little bit too close for comfort there.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge point of play right now. Smitty going to be losing his life there, of course, having gotten knocked by that nade. It's not an easy place to be in, but just that explosion is going to put a Reluctant in the best position possible for this. I mean, they couldn't really ask for much more, because this game is as close as it needs to be. Mayo going to be laying down the fight. Now it's all down to Blitz. Can this happen? Can Blitz take this win, or will Temper be walking away with another chicken? Well, that question has been answered. It's going to be Reluctant who managed to take that win, so there it is. Wow. That is
12 kills.
Yeah. I mean, what else to say then? That was really, really close. That was such an interesting final zone in terms of really critical plays that happened right there. That nade coming in to knock down the players of Reluctant looked like Temper was going to take that one, but ultimately that explosion from the vehicle allowed Reluctant to just get their way up in there and, you know, put themselves in a good spot and take that chicken. So yeah, well done, well played to them. And once again, Temper taking such a huge number of kills as well as placement points. So they're doing really, really well in this one.
Yeah, no, it was a great play by all the teams there, and well done to the reluctant team managing to land that final blow. Yeah, some great work that they did there, and yeah, looking
Yeah.
forward to seeing what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now, without further ado, of course, that is it for PUBG. I believe at the moment we're going to be sending you back to the desk, and we'll be seeing you in a bit, I'm sure.
Thank you so very much, casters. What a GG game coming in once again for JXP Tempo. I mean, what to say, dude? This is history repeating itself. Today, of course, for those of you viewers who are just joining us, this is Umzansi Esports League, wherein, of course, this is week number 3, round 2 that's just started. And
Yeah.
wow, Phoenix, I mean, this is genuinely history repeating itself. What a play.
Well, Reluctant and JXP Temper. That was one good fight that we got to witness. The circle ending around the farm area. I think near the 6th circle, I felt that it was JXP Temper's game because there was no one behind them. They just had to focus on all the enemies ahead. But during the late final stages, we saw a 3-1 split coming out from JXP Temper, which was a really good strategy. But Mayo, he had shrouded himself in the smoke. And
Yes.
in the meanwhile, one of their members was taken down. I really expected some kind of trade fire coming in there, but he decided to keep things for the later half, and that really did not turn out in their favor. And a lot of twists and turns were also shown, where we certainly felt at a point that maybe JXP Temper is going to finish things off, but Reluctant really giving that last minute revive
Right.
on his teammate, and that pretty much did the wonder. And few misplays from JXP Temple, like that they should have blown up the vehicle, because that is what caused those 2 knocks coming in.
Exactly.
And during the last final circles, you certainly cannot afford to mess things up like that.
Absolutely not. But indeed, I mean, the way JXP Tempo is again picking up pace for round number 2 start, it is wonderful indeed. But talking about the other teams, though,
Yeah.
we're talking about Gun, we're talking about BBC, we're talking about Natural Killers. All of them seem to be just taking a swoop dive. And, I mean, as far as the performance, do you think it's just competition that's gotten to them? What do you think would be the reason for that?
Well, today we did see some pretty interesting circles, to be honest. The first one was really off the charts, and the second one was kind of a plain circle. It just came down to how teams had positioned themselves. But if you talk about EE and all these teams playing up over here, see, initially we all thought that maybe the circle would go somewhere else. But this is the first game, if I'm not wrong, yes. And that was some nice shift that we got to witness today.
Absolutely did, and with that, that was, of course, JXP Tempo's wonderful strategy to keep themselves in the trenches and slowly and steadily bring down all the teams. I mean, they held that position for almost... Wow. With that, this is wonderful. QST, Quiet Storm Esports, the one already known as the Aquamans, are still trying their water rotation.
Well, today in the World League, I saw certain kind of circle where the like the last
Yes.
circle just ended in the
Wow.
water, and that was crazy. Where you saw, players fisting each other. That was an intense action, and then I just come up to witness this. So I think the gods of PUBG Mobile certainly have taken a taste in trying new circles out there. And yes,
Absolutely.
BBC also put up a good show in both the games. They were consistent. They were not on the 2nd position this time, however, they did manage to pull off a good finish.
They absolutely did, and with that we move on to match 2's highlights, where of course as things started off, things were looking really neat for a lot of these teams, but slowly and steadily as the match went on, we saw a lot of these teams that we had high expectations from kind of falter on their strategies.
Yes, absolutely. That happened. A few quick fights were taken. The kind of the mid game went a little bit slow, but during the end circle, so many teams were alive. And like I said, still teams are struggling to make themselves present in the final circle. Use those vehicles, use those grenades, because I see a lot less grenades being used over here. Because nowadays, in the TPP meta that we currently have across the world, people are relying a lot on grenades than firepower, like on bullets, because in TPP you can throw a nade without actually exposing yourself, and one good nade kind of gives you a momentum to follow it up, and you might just get lucky with those 2 kills. But right now I'll show you what happened. So Mayo had a really good position, and Mayo did spray the the penultimate guy over here, but Blitz kind of knew his position, and that heard exactly from where the gunshot had happened and just peeked around. It was
Yes.
a peekaboo shot, and that's how he got the chicken dinner.
But wow, what a game this has been coming in from both of these teams, and rather match number 1 and match number 2 altogether. Wonderful start for round 2 indeed. But as we move on along to the standings itself, we certainly do look at Reluctant SA taking the chicken dinner from JXP Temper, but in terms of the kill counter as far as GXP Temper is concerned. They are looking really neat with 13 kills and second on the position.
Yeah, you have to talk about JXP Temple. I mean, this team is a powerhouse, has well established themselves as one of the strongest teams in the region. But if you talk about the other teams as well, we see Gamers Unite Nations, 4U Quest, all those teams that we really did expect to show up. They did. And talking about BBC, this time they did not have a single kill, but pretty much compensates for what happened in the previous game. They took a lot of kills, so they've got the position points. They'll definitely come out with all those kills. But talking about things on the bottom half of the table, we have Rain Gaming on the 9th position. Natural Killers, they have those initial kills, but could not get a good positioning for themselves.
Absolutely. As of now, on day number 1, we are not, National Killers are not looking too good. But as we move on down south of this leaderboard right now, we've got Team NFX Unique on the bottom on 16th and Quite Stormy Sports on 15th. Again, if these teams are going to start round 2 with this sort of a play and this sort of a momentum, seems like Inkosi Esports has all the advantage.
Yes, Akasi does have that, and Team NF Unique is definitely a shocker over here, and even Quite Stormy Sports, because we know both these teams, they're so good at taking position points, and NF Unique is one of those teams who can go for the kills as well. So looking at them, and it was not a decent outing from Quite Stormy Sports in the first game as well.
Right.
So really they need to, kind of buckle things up, pull up their socks or whatever they need to do, but they have to come back stronger.
Absolutely do. And with that, we move on to the overall standings, because of course now we are looking at a brand new leaderboard, and with that, of course, like I said, JXP Temple looking real strong with 65 points to them, 31 kills. What a momentum these guys roll with, mate.
Absolutely, they're so confident that they'll get those kills. They certainly know how to approach the final circles. They love the way they play around things. Reluctant SA also putting up a good show, but those teams that we were kind of accustomed to see in the round 1, we kind of getting to see a similar outing.
Absolutely, apart from, of course, Natural Killers not being here. But as you move on to the 8th position, that was Inkosi Esports, looking again very, very neat and very strong as you get started off with round 2. But moving on to the second page of the leaderboard, again, this is where things are going to start going a bit haywire, because after all, one of the groups has not yet played.
Yes, absolutely. We will be seeing a lot out of the other groups as the day goes on. But yes, few teams that we really expected was definitely Team NF Unique and Quite Storm Esports. These are the two teams that have been so consistent throughout. And Quite Storm Esports, we had a word of advice that if they could go for the kills, because they know how to survive.
Exactly.
And if you add that thing up, they could have been a pretty much a top 3 contender. So yeah, I want to see them doing really, really well as the league goes on.
Absolutely, and along with that, of course, one thing that I would expect from QST is certainly going to be bring in those kills, mate. Bring in those 1-point kills, because that is certainly going to affect not only your placement but your leaderboard placement as well. Because after all, we've seen throughout round 1, their strategy has been very unique, wherein they do apply those wonderful rotations coming in from the water and eventually end up placing somewhere roughly about the top 5 of the leaderboard.
Yep,
right?
Absolutely.
And along with that, if we are to somehow hopefully get them to have a few kills in them, then again that team is going to be that much more of a competition and a contender, because Inkosi is showcasing that after you had spoken about it. Inkosi needs to get some kills, and they started doing so, mate.
Yes, absolutely. That they did, and I'm loving these new circles that are being formed, and I am really excited about tomorrow as the matches will commence. I want to see more drastic circles, some Stalber, something in the Zaki area, maybe a Primosk or a Southern Side circle.
Absolutely, we can certainly expect that off of round 2 match that will take place tomorrow between Group A and Group C. But right now, our PUBG Mobile segment comes to an end. Stick around as you go on a very, very short break, because coming right up is some aggressive Tekken 7. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. Coming to you live on Jinx. Certainly hope your weekend is off to a great start, as right about now, what's going to get started off is a Tekken 7 match, where indeed we are going to have some incredible plays by players that we've actually seen gameplay from earlier. I'm your host, Blotter. Joining me on the analyst desk, it is none other than Phoenix. Once again, welcome back, mate.
Thanks a lot, Blotter. Last week we saw 3 astonishing matches, and from that my favorite was Iggy Daddy versus T4Gen, and
Oh,
he
yes.
proved the domination. How you can explain what domination is. And today we have our two favorite players, who is Callym Beukes versus UnFaizd, the Movement King versus the anime character.
Absolutely, and I mean, as day number 1, as I reflect back on week 1 rather of Umzansi, that's how it all started off. It was Callym Beukes who started the lead with, and what a play he brought to the table. I mean, you were talking about how wonderful the dude controls his character, right?
Yes, he's the Movement King. He knew what to do, and we all know that Eddie is an unpredictable character. And we talk about Callym Beukes. He's a very fine player. He has to play very steadily, and the pace of game, he sometimes he just plays very extremely high and slow down. Sometimes he know what to do. If we talk about the game 3, round 2, there's an infinite stage. Okay, round 2, he just backdashing and trying to block the attacks, and
Right.
he's just is in the time. He's just taking the time, and when 11 seconds are left, he attacked towards, and he get some damage, and he's on 30 HP, I think so. And after that, because of rage art, he won because of timeout. So yeah, we know Callym Beukes is a very nice player, and I
Well-
hope Callym Beukes is going to win today.
Alright, well, that is certainly a very hyped expectation coming in for Callym Beukes. On the other side, of course, the opponent facing him is none other than UnFaizd, who has showcased some wonderful play on day number 2 of our Umzansi Esports League itself in week 1. And today, these wonderful champs are going to go against each other. With that, it is time to get into this BO2 with our casters, who once again are none other than Gas Mask Guy and Mr. Chocolates.
It has been a long week, and we are approaching a long weekend, and we'll see who gets the W this weekend. I'm your host, Mr. Chocolates, and this is my co-host, Gas Mask Guy. Gas Mask, how you feeling tonight, bro?
Dude, I'm feeling so good. Look, I even have a fluffy hat for this evening. It's hella.
Someone
It's
someone
so
get him
cold in
away
Cape
from
Town
me.
tonight.
Someone get him
No,
away from me.
I'm feeling fluffy, dude. Look at this. Woo!
Oh, bro, not as fluffy as these matches are gonna be. What's
Damn
your pick?
straight.
How you feeling? How you feeling?
I am feeling so excited. Like, I've been so excited for this matchup since Wednesday when I found out. Because now we know we're going to be versing the best backdashing player in South Africa, I feel, versus one of the most aggressive entering players, as in UnFaizd, for today.
Definitely. It's like the Discman was saying, the Movement King will definitely be able to, try to get away from the hyper-aggressive playstyle of our man UnFaizd. Mr. Beukes will have to try and withstand the punishment and be able to punish himself in this veritable match of opposing forces. What is your pick for tonight, or what are you feeling?
See that?
Yeah.
This is where it gets a little complicated.
Oh, yeah.
I want to say UnFaizd because I am quite a big Lars fan.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, like, if UnFaizd can't get in, it's 100% Callum's game.
Okay.
But that's the
feel you.
thing. That's the
I
thing.
feel
But
you.
I'm going with UnFaizd today.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that's my pick.
I
And
don't know,
yourself?
man. I feel like he's the Movement King for a reason. I feel like my man, Mr. Beukes, can definitely backdash his way out of any problem and any exactly any problem. Backdash into any solution. Be it any opponent, especially UnFaizd. That's what I'm feeling tonight. I'm feeling that definitely a Movement King can take it. UnFaizd isn't going to be easy.
No, I
My
don't
man
think so
is-
either.
Definitely, he's definitely going to be a hard opponent to read and to backdash away from. But we'll have to see. But that's what we're feeling. And exactly as expected, UnFaizd is coming in with his Lars and Sidonia. Mr. Callym Beukes coming with his Eddie. You've seen some amazing.
I
yeah.
I was about to say, I honestly thought it was going to be a Negan. I thought he was going to pick Negan for this
How
matchup.
dare you? How dare you? His
Well,
his Neek is good, but I don't know, bro. That's why I feel like he definitely will be coming out with his Eddie most of the time for this tournament. That's what I'm feeling at least.
I feel so too, but like Negan has very good answers for Lars.
That is true.
Like,
that is true.
Like he can shut down his dynamic entry with intimidation stance, but we'll see what
Oh,
happens
yeah.
with this now.
Definitely. We'll have to see.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, my man.
Oh, just whiff punishes.
Oh,
Everyone's just
my bad.
shadowboxing.
Like I was just thinking now, like it's very uncharacteristic of Sidonia Angel, but doesn't matter.
Started with a huge launch.
My man, that nice extra guaranteed low damage.
Wait, where's he going?
Ooh, he was trying to get around him for the slide, but didn't really get much. No throw tech.
Oh, he didn't know wall splat.
Oh, no.
Running
Wow,
three.
You wanted a wall splat. There you go.
There's your running three.
Oh, but didn't follow through with the string, even though it's guaranteed.
Dude, these pokes.
My gosh. Like he kind of just threw that raise drive out there for no reason.
Lunafang did not waste any time in that first round there.
No, he did not.
Ah, there we go. We're back.
Oh, we're back. Hey, yo. Came in with an
Nice.
orbital. Nice block.
Oh.
Ooh.
Dude,
Nice.
look at those dynamic entries trying to close
Drew,
that space.
Very dynamic. Oh, the big splat. And it breaks the wall. Sends him over.
What? Lars and his wall carries.
My man. The cancels with dynamic entry. And Lunar Fang takes
Dude, that
him
combo
round.
literally ended him.
My dude, his pressure is beyond insane. And since this is Lars' stage, the stage music changes.
Woo-hoo! We got some fancy new music right now.
My man. Nice
Oh,
throw.
actually, I'm
Callym.
listening to the song right now.
Oh yeah, dude. Really digging it. Mr. Beukes showing his whole Movement King status, forcing Lars to whip. Big launch!
Big launch. That's gonna take it.
My man, we have a match. Callym is still in this. 1 round up. However, Lunar Fang up with 2, 1 round away from.
He could have
set
launched
point.
that.
Yeah,
He got the
could've.
counter hit, no launch.
He could have, but as we know, Callym is just more focused on backdashing. But saw a
Big
launch
damage.
opportunity and took it.
Guaranteed. Oh, slide. This song is so anime.
Oh. Bro, Lars is anime. Lots of dynamic entry 1.
Oh, big launch again.
My man has done his homework. As we know.
I thought,
Bro, I thought that was it. Tried it with punish with that kick, but didn't really
Oh,
get
he's got
anywhere.
the space advantage.
Ooh,
Oh,
in
plus
with the rage
frames.
drive.
Nice duck on the grab.
Callym definitely has his book out, reading through it, seeing what Lars is weak to, definitely reading Lunar Fang as a player, making hard reads with his book out. Yo, this song's actually hype.
Yeah, I know. I was
Like,
gonna
no
say, like, I'm
chance.
still listening to this track. So what it looks like is that Callum's got a hard read on Lunafang at the moment,
It does look like it. He is definitely punishing any of Lars's high strings.
and he's just taking all the guaranteed damage whenever he can get it.
Definitely. Oh, that was a big trade. Oh, it went
Let it
underneath
be.
with the mid. And Callym Beukes takes the first round.
And he just M-Bison Lunafang.
Straight up.
It's like,
straight
he
up.
gave him those first 2 rounds. He's like, yeah, man, let me give you those first 2 rounds. It's a little bit of, there, you got that? Then takes it all away from him. He's like, this is what you get. I'm M-Bison now.
You got some of those rounds? You had some fun with those rounds? You got... Black, you have some rounds? Okay, cool. Thanks for my
Now
rounds.
it's my
Bree.
turn.
This is my rounds now. But I'm definitely feeling that. My man Callym was making some hard reads. Like I was saying, had his book out. You know, got the page on Lars. Obviously, on that page is some stuff about Lunar Fang. Read through it, started making some hard reads, and I believe that Lunar Fang is flustered.
I don't know if Lunafang has anything to actually deal with this. The stage selection was perfect for his situation because he had all the advantages. Like Callum couldn't backdash out of everything. So I actually have no idea how he can actually make a comeback with this, unless he goes ultra aggressive and takes some risks with the lows. I think
I feel like he definitely has to like be over aggressive from now on. Like there's no choice for him since he's being read. Like the Callym took out, he's got his library card. He went to the library, got the book on Lunar Fang, and then my man's he's making hard reads right now. So I agree.
I'm
I
actually
agree with
really
that.
worried. I'm worried for Lunafang right now.
Oh, bro, like I said, dude, Movement King's my pick, dog.
Is he your pick for the whole tournament?
Dude, Meneer Beukes will show me the way. He'll backdash all the way into the grand finals. Like that, he's my pick. He's actually my pick. No jokes. My man has got the fundamentals. He's got the spacing. He's got
the
the
movement.
knowledge with his book. He definitely has what it takes. Not saying Lunarfang can't take this back though. I agree, like you said, he needs to be more aggressive. He needs to show off with the very flexy lows. I agree with everything you're saying, but like, what else do you think he can do?
I think stage select is one of the main options that he has to go for. I think either going to like, is it Forgotten Temple, the floor break one?
Yeah.
I think maybe that's a good option for him because Lars can use a lot from that, or just picking Negan stage because his wall carry is crazy. So using that actual distance.
For sure. Like that would mean that
like I'm legit trying to theory craft a way for him to actually win this. Like,
yo, bruh,
it's hard, dude.
You're really on this Lunarfang game, aren't you?
Yeah, man, I'm learning Lars myself right now, so I want to actually know how to win this matchup.
Hey, I feel you. I mean, that is about the only thing he can do. Oh, that's the only external factors he can change. I don't know. The biggest issue with map selection, right, is the fact that both players can make use of the map itself as long as the player has good map awareness. I'm gonna be real, man. I don't feel like Callym is a player that does not have map awareness. Not backdashing
also,
like that.
What I feel is if Lunarfang wins the next game, Callum's got his map pick for Infinite Azure in the last one.
Done.
That's when real spacing comes into.
We've seen it in every single tournament that we've hosted. We've seen it in any tournament that we have been to that Callym is in. If he loses, my man picks Infinite Azure, wins.
Unless it's a Geese Howard.
Unless it's a Geese Howard.
Or an Akuma. Like anyone that can shoot fireballs.
Anyone that has some sort of range projectile. There's not a lot of them, granted. There's not a lot, but it's just that is kind of the thing. And unfortunately, right now, I don't think I know if Stash knows a different character.
I haven't seen him play anything else other than Lunarfang.
Exactly.
Other than Lars. Lunarfang is Lars, like in my eyes.
Exactly. As I'm saying, like, we'll have to see what he can do to try and turn the tables, and maybe somehow come back and bison his own imbisoning. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say, give Callum those 2 rounds and then take 3 straight away.
Hey, bro, easy.
And then hit a taunt right at the end of it, letting him know.
Yeah, bro, do the most anime one, the one where he does the stomp and just stays like that.
Like all posed, like I'm strong.
Yeah, bro, and the wind and everything is flowing and everything's nice and cool.
And then onto his WhatsApp call just before he's done.
Hey, bro, easy, bro. Even like probably calling Kuma up or something. But anyway, we got the match. It's back. We're gonna see what's up. Same pick, same stage.
Oh, he just did a hard stage reset.
He did a hard rematch, bro.
But I think the stage wasn't the issue. Like he's got his theme song.
Exactly like I said, dude. I feel like any external factors won't be the be all end all for the winner of the match. I feel like Lunarfang had good pokes going in, had a good start, but he has to come back somehow versus the hardest read in the game, Callym Beukes.
Yeah. He's got his Death Note book. He's ready.
He's got it, bro. He's got it, dude. The little hardcover, he's got it, dog.
I just don't understand how these people can fight with like helicopters and explosions going around.
It's easy, bro. It's easy, dude.
Here we go. Look at that. He has to dash in. And look, this is what happens when you dash in.
Made himself plus with those lows on hit. Did the sidestep to keep the pressure going.
Oh, nice block.
My man with his big punish.
Callum's in. Callum is warm. Callum is ready.
Callum is warm, bro. My man is the literal movement king. Nice whiff punish by Lunarfang.
Oh, look at that spacing.
Ooh, only float. I don't think it's possible to float combo. Oh, but
we're going down.
No way. Don't need to go
what
down.
Is that damage open? It wasn't even a full proper combo.
It's the wall. It's the wall damage, dude. The wall damage is insane with Lars. Ooh, nice. Goes for the low.
He actually finished the string?
Oh, yeah, dude. Any players, top tier, any players never finished it. Callym Beukes is showing you, hey, man, as top tier as I am, we finish strings around here.
little slidey to try and close the gap.
My man trying to keep himself on the hits. Try to sidestep, but no avail.
Oh, another launch.
Big launch punish sends him all the way to the wall with that big unavoidable damage.
What? Dude, that setup though.
That big low cancel. Callym is up with 2. Lunafang needs to make some sort of mid-match adjustment.
He's making him whip everything.
My man, Movement King, showing why he is the literal Movement King.
Lunafang's so flustered, he's dropping combos now.
Definitely. Lunafang needs to believe in himself and in his stage.
And his theme song.
Nice float. Dynamic entry.
Oh! Big launch to finish it. Oh! I think it's
see
dead.
it.
That is dead. Oh, I didn't kill it.
Ooh. I feel like he's might come in for something for a slide. Lunafang needs to be awake. This could be it.
Oh, he goes in for the load to close it out.
Literally just runs in, floats.
Hit him with the capoeira.
My man, I told you. Movement King is here to stay. Well, he's not actually here to stay. He's here to backdash away. But you get what I mean. You get
He
what
runs
I mean.
away from his problems. He backdashes from his problems.
So I mean, we have Callym up with 2. Lunafang going home with 0. How do you feel about that, Gas Mask?
I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I thought it'd be quite a close game. But what can you do, eh?
I told you. Movement King is coming for you, backdashing right at you. But I think that is it for us. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in. It's been your host, Mr. Chocolates, with my co-host,
Mr. Gas Mask Guy. Hope you guys stay safe and sanitized. And back to the disc.
Thank you so very much, guys. What a game. What a game coming in once again for Callym, because the way he started the first day of week number 1, I mean, that is how he's going to continue his fabulous montage.
He's the electrified game from Callym Beukes at the first round. He just provoked Lars. Okay, you just have to start attacks. Okay, you can win the first and second round. He's trying to study the game of the Lars as well as the Lunafang. He's just trying to study that what he's going to do. And the main thing, if he push towards the wall, if he Lars push the character towards the wall, then you have no chance to get back from there. You're getting a high amount of damage and you're going to lose the round as well. And that's what happened with Eddie. But if we talk about the 3rd round, 4th round, and the 5th round, Callym Beukes won the 3 rounds in a row and proved that he is the Movement King by using some launches. At the first game, he using launches and the combos attack. It didn't give any chance to Lars. And if we move forward towards the second game, okay. At the first round, Lars is trying to get some attacks. He's just trying to do some damage. But because of Eddie low attacks, he's using low attacks. And he's very unpredictable. He don't know what to do. And because of that little damage, he didn't give any chance. And after Eddie launches a player, he didn't give any chance to get back from here.
Absolutely not. I mean, that is one of those wonderful cheeky moves that Eddie does bring to the table. And I mean, every single time, if you're against Eddie, you have to really be keeping your fingers crossed that your kicks and jabs do end up going the right way. Because after all, Eddie is, like you said, so unpredictable. And that also, with such a talented player, in hands of such a talented player like Callym, is that much more wonderful to watch.
Yeah, he knows how to control the Eddie. And okay, I'm just going to throw the light of the first game, 5th round. Lars is trying to grab the Eddie, and he crouches and the low attack, and he won the round, which is literally amazing. He knows what Lars is going to do. He studied the game of Lars very amazingly and very clearly that what he's going to do, and that leads to him won the 2 games in a row, which is literally amazing. And I'm a fan of Callym Beukes. Let's move towards the standings.
Certainly, let's move on down towards the standings themselves as we look at Dax. Looking real strong with the 2 matches that he has played. 2 wins to him on top of the leaderboard, followed by Iggy Daddy. I believe the only reason why Iggy is on 2nd, and I mean, in fact, if you look at all top 3, perhaps what is going on is the damage that's been brought in, or the round difference as to how quickly the matches were won. And for that, of course, Dax PT was just swift and quick in the matchups that he was up against, and thus he is looking pretty strong on the first position of the leaderboard.
And if we talk about the first 3 players, they both played 2 matches and won all the 2 matches.
Absolutely.
And the last players who are on the lower side of the leaderboard, they have to study the game. They have to focus at what they are going to do. They have the caliber. They know what to do. but still they didn't give any chance. They didn't know what to do next, but somehow they can manage. I believe the players and Iggy Daddy. If we talk about Iggy Daddy, we know that how he can play. Safina is a very great player. You just have to understand that what she does next, and the stances are very amazing. The Phoenix stance, the Tarantula stance, they're amazing, and I'm a fan of her. And okay, Callym Beukes won the game, and today he still proved that he's the movement king.
Well, he certainly is. With that, our Tekken 7 segment comes to an end. Stick around as we go on a very, very short break, because coming right up is going to be some wonderful Counter-Strike. welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. Certainly hope you guys are doing great, and I've had a wonderful start to this beautiful weekend, as it is the perfect time to get busy with some Counter-Strike awesomeness right about now. And for that, of course, let's get in a conversation with our analyst, who once again is none other than Super Johnny. Welcome back.
Yep, thank you for the warm welcome. It's always good to be back, especially when you know you're gonna get to see some new teams in action.
Oh yes, I mean, as we get started off with week 3, day number 1 today, we're looking at a brand new team that is going to be going against Goliath Gaming, and that new team is none other than Energy Esports.
Yeah, it's gonna be new for us. I mean, the people, our casters especially, they
Exactly.
are gonna be aware of the team's play. It's gonna be our first time watching this team, but the opponents they are facing, Goliath Gaming, we have seen them in action again and again. And apart from the match against ATKCS that happened last week, this team has pretty much been on point.
Absolutely has, and every single time we witnessed Goliath Gaming, I mean, that one game though against ATK, that was unexpected. That was unexpected because the play coming in from ATK also was just flabbergastingly awesome. But on the other side, Goliath Gaming, we know, is a very strong team. And so today, I mean, it's just high energies, high hopes coming in from both the teams, actually.
I mean, it should be high energies, high hopes,
Exactly.
because they need to get the victory in the first game. We have seen teams lose the very first match and then go on to put in amazing performances and get amazing games for themselves. But losing the very first game, especially when you have seen the other teams play multiple number of times, it's sort of going to be weird putting the team in the situation. The other teams are going to be ahead of you if you're going to talk about overall standings, but that's just because they have played more games. That's it. You will have a lot more opportunities. Talking about standings that are right now, Energy Esports, White Rabbit Gaming, as you can see the numbers, they haven't played their matches, so everything is set to 0. But on the other side, Goliath Gaming, they have played 3 games yet, 2 wins, 1 losses, 6 points for them already. And they're going to be looking to just sit on the first position at the end of the day.
Absolutely are, and they are looking really strong to be on that pole position as well. But alongside that, of course, week number 3 is going to bring in some excitement, another level of energy altogether, because as we get started the day off with our Counter-Strike segment, it is, of course, Energy Esports that is going to be taking the reins against Goliath Gaming. Will it be their game, or is it going to be Goliath's day? Again, hashtag Umzansi, whatever social media network you would want to use, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and let us know what team are you following. With that, let's get busy with this match and throw it to our casters.
Thanks so much, guys. My name is Proxy, and I'm welcomed today by Patchy. Ready for this? Ready for a big one tonight?
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. As you could hear from our desk over there, of course, it is going to be Energy Esports who make their way in for the first time, at least on this particular stage. And well, that's going to be an interesting one because a lot of people haven't seen this team, but I have seen the team perform, and definitely nothing to scoff at for sure. We're definitely going to see a performance from them. At least that's what I hope to see indeed as they get into this one. Of course, they'll be facing up against Goliath Gaming, who have been on this particular stage a couple of times, and they've been doing pretty well recently.
Keep talking.
Okay, well, yeah, speaking of doing it pretty recently, they have about 3 wins, I believe, or 2 wins at least in a recent memory. So also, once again, Goliath, nothing to scoff at either. So these 2 teams are pretty strong here coming in. And, well, I expect them to do some pretty good things in this match. Yeah. All right, so we're just going to see how these teams face off today against one another. Of course, I'm interested to see which maps we see getting picked up here. That is going to be a big one for me because, well, if you take a look at the recent map picks for Goliath, we can all have a look at that. But Energy, obviously making their debut, we don't really know exactly what they're going to be picking up this time around. I always hope for a Mirage, maybe an Inferno, of course. So we're going to have a look and see. It is going to be the Nuke that gets picked up. Very, very interesting and unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, Nuke is a fun one. I'm happy to see a little bit of a change of pace there, utility usage there, the rotations. We've seen Goliath play on Nuke before, so definitely, you know, I guess for any team in South Africa, really, it's a bit of familiar territory. And it's a bit of a fun one, both to watch, both to see the teams execute. And I'm hoping to see some fantastic executions here, because the mind games that you can play against your opponents here are obviously just so grand and so volatile, especially considering that, you know, the sound cues that you can give away, the push and pull action that you can take to really confuse your enemies really starts to become quite an entertaining match. What are you waiting to see, Patchy?
Well, I mean, one of the things, like you said, on this particular map is obviously that util usage. And, you know, the biggest things that come to mind when thinking about that is, of course, the quick execute towards the A site. You know, the quick T rush in towards the door, you know, blowing it up with the nade, getting those smokes down and getting in, maybe jumping down vents. Heading towards B, you know, you could see a lot of that action. Of course, the smokes from outside, also a big thing that you see often. So I'm interested to see how that util is utilized by these teams. And I'm a big fan of like early util usage. So if we do see that in the first round, I'll be quite happy.
And first round it is, already starting it off. We do see that Energy Esports just taking some lobby control here. It's holding a default right now. Goliath already with some outside control here. We've got Massacre just holding that outside, getting some control there. He's got some support in the form of ADM. So ready and waiting to see what's going to happen and where Energy is going to be planning to go. It looks like it's going to be an A-Tech here, just edging towards Hutch here, just crouching it away, taking some slow time here. And here is the trigger. Here is the execution. Energy Esports already taking the site there. Some good control. Goliath just sort of giving it away right now. Ooh, initial aggression there. Massacre with a nice one tap, taking down Panda. Opening up for a good retake here. We've got 3-4 CTs from Goliath in heaven. So this is going to be an interesting take here. One choke point for Energy to deal with. And naturally they don't see what we see. Here's the trigger. Mango taking down Massacre. A lot of trading there. Mango making it a second and destroyed, finishing it off with the 3K clinical work there from Energy Esports.
Yeah, that was really nice. You know, I was talking about, are we going to see some util usage early on? But that's exactly what we see. Energy putting some very early utility down. Of course, Molly into heaven, some nice smoke just blocking off the points. A little bit of early aggression is going to, you know, be a little bit of a detriment for them. They're going to lose one, but ultimately they come out on top of that one. Lots of util use, and that was first round. First round util is pretty good. It's pretty strong. I love to see it come out because I think a lot of teams undervalue that early util usage, and obviously the win is going to allow Energy to pick up a whole bunch of weapons. Of course, they're going to have the AK, they're going to have some Mac 10s, they're going to have that MP7, and of course Galil as well. And Tianki going to be the first point of contact, going to go down immediately. So that's already one frag going on the side of Goliath. They're going to be one man up now going into this one, 1 minute 28 on the clock. So they've got some time to work with as well. And, well, now we're going to have a look and see how this one plays out. You can see Goliath now, since they have that man advantage, they also have a nice tempo advantage, and they're going to be making their way in, just ensuring that they're watching. You can see Kenny right here, just watching, actually going to decide to fall off down a ramp, head down towards B as Energy move their way in. Oh, perfectly held angle by Destroyed. Absolutely aware of exactly where these players could be. And, well, that's Energy with ramp control. They can move on towards B if they choose to do so. But well, the real question is now, Goliath, they have, of course, a couple of weapons that they picked up, so they could potentially fight back on this one. 40 seconds left on the clock. So now Energy have to pull the trigger somewhere. And it looks like they will be opting towards the A side. And as they make their way in, the Deagle has to do something, and it can't. It's not going to find anything. That's going to leave 2 Goliath players remaining against 3 for Energy.
I mean, with that bomb going down, that's some good money. Holding it to a 3v2, making it pretty difficult here for Goliath to take the retake. Oh, Massacre close there with the connection. Leaving it onto Carney with a 1v3. A Mac 10 in hand, some utility to do the job. Oh, unfortunately, to get taken down. Not too bad, though. Takes one down with him, so a little bit of extra money in the bank there.
Yeah, that was a little bit close, you could see, for Goliath, because they were able to do quite a bit of damage with limited weapons, but ultimately Energy, they had the superior firepower. They're able to get in there, make sure that they secure that round, close it out. And so they have 2 now going in their favor as we head into round 3, and it looks like this time they will be moving towards outside, nice and quick. Okay, so we've got the util used already, making sure that actually very huge aggression by Goliath. They're going to push through, and the Mac-10 already going to take one of those kills away. So that's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Man count is even, but what is not even right now is the control. Energy moving their way down to the B-bomb site very, very quickly. Zip, zip. He's going to have to do a lot of work here, and he only has a pistol. Let's see if he can hold on to this side. I don't think it's going to happen. A very quick kill going to come through, but Energy not able to deal with it. Too many angles to watch at once, and now it's down to Mango and Destroyed. Can they make it happen? It's a 2v2, but the superior firepower is in the hands of Energy Esports. They're going to get the bomb down as well. Adaro and Kani have to do something here, and already spotted out is one of those players. Destroyed trying to hold the angle. AK is going to manage to win the fight, and actually an instant swing is going to get the second as well. And Energy Esports take 3 rounds in a row.
I mean, Destroyed doing a lot of work there, finishing off with a 3K. Some good post-plants coming through there from Energy, managing to actually take it there. And really, I mean, here's the pivotal point. Destroyed, just with that quick spray transfer, really, really doing good work tonight. Sitting on 8-for-0, I might mention. So he's just taking it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's some big work coming out for Destroyed. And for Energy Esports in total, they've managed to put the 3 rounds on the board. Now, usually this is where we see the swinging point, because, of course, Goliath now going to be able to pick up the weapons this time around. So they're going to be able to put up a bigger fight this time around. Let's see if they can match Energy and take them down before the snowball gets going. Because, of course, you don't want to give the enemy team too much to work with, because as soon as they start running away with the rounds, well, it becomes pretty difficult. So we see a bit of a slow setup this time around. Energy not making any quick movements, although they have pushed their way in towards the secret area. Got a little bit of pressure towards B as well. They're going to be moving their way in. Destroyed leading that charge, of course, and that's the exact person that you want to be leading the charge with 8 frags. Like you said, going to be the one to try and do that. Zip not able to hold on to the angles, so that's going to mean that B's site is slowly falling into Energy control, but Panda will be taken down. Some Candy doing some serious work, but not able to convert any of the kills. It's going to leave ADM last alive with an AWP to try and make something happen. And honestly, I don't think this is a winnable situation. He's able to get one, but I think the save will come out here. And yeah, there it is. So Energy, once again, another round on the board.
I mean, good work from Kani. They're sort of taking the gamble. They're peeking out a little bit too early without, you know, any sort of support from his teammates. They was a bit overextended for my liking, but got to take the gamble, man. And unfortunately for him, there was just way too many Energy players to deal with. So ADM hoping to save the AWP there, a little bit of an altercation, so that hunt might come through. But I mean, if you've got an AWP posted on your angle, maybe you should just leave him alone. He wants to save it. Leave him alone. He's got this. Goliath, I mean, you know, from the side of Energy, the hunter's on trying to take down this AWP. So ADM gonna take Lichlord down at the last second. So that's a bit of money wasted here. But look at these entries here from Energy Esports, hitting the headshots that they needed. And here we go. Kani doing a lot of work, taking down Panda. But unfortunately, with that overextension, I mean, he's got terrorists watching his back, watching his every single move there. So way too many angles there to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that is pretty much that. Energy have been winning the fights that they need to win, making sure they get the ground, get the territory, and you can see some very quick movements here by Lichlord in towards the secret, or sorry, the events position. It's the quick nade smoke that I was talking about earlier on being utilized there. And Energy once again moving down into secret and getting a quick movement here, but ADM is going to be the one to try and hold this angle this time around. He's going to get 2, but he can't get a third. Energy eventually going to push him off the position. Lich trying to get the tempo advantage here in towards the vents to try and stop Energy from pushing in. It's Adaro, Kani, and Massacre to make something happen. On the other side, Mango, Panda, and Lich trying to keep this going for Energy. I mean, they have 4 rounds on the board so far, but Massacre is going to be the one to push in, take down Lichlord. Not looking in the right direction. It's a 2v2, still winnable for Goliath, but they only have an AWP and a Deagle to make it happen. And against 2 AKs, things are not looking too good. 50 seconds left on the clock. Bomb is in the hands of Mango, so it will, or at least it should be planted here. Now we can see if Goliath decide to go for this one, or if the save will come in once again. I mean, right now Goliath haven't been able to put any rounds on the board, and they have to be worrying about their financial situation. Okay. Eagle in the hand of Kani now in heaven, trying to get the angle onto someone, but He will be spotted out, and well, now he's the last one left alive. The AWP not able to find any kills, but the Deagle is able to get one, so that's a 1v1, but the bomb is ticking away. He taps it, trying to bait out the peak, but he knows it, they know it, and Panda plays it perfectly. Another round for Energy.
I mean, good work there from Goliath. They did a lot to take a lot of economy damage onto Energy Esports. They're going to be happy with that. I mean, 4 kills taken down on basically what was a bit of a save round around the AWP. Massacre managing to recover it and actually also continuing to do quite a bit of damage. Good work there from Connie as well. I like what Energy did there with that that initial squeaky door, you know, push that we see so often on Nuke. Actually took a lot of the focus from Goliath away from what was happening on the outside, and they got free passage to Sneaky there. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Energy here.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, definitely have to agree with you there. So far, Energy been playing this one really, really well, and it looks like they're taking very quick secret control time and time again. They just get their way in there so quickly. They get themselves a lot of ground, and I mean, getting that ground so early on gives them a lot to play with. Now, ADM going to be winning out the trade with 1 at least, so Goliath putting their best foot forward, but Zip goes down. Lich also going to lose his life. Massacre goes down immediately as well, leaving us with a 3v3 with still 1 minute and 15 on the clock. So some very quick kills coming out here. We're left with ADM, Adaro, and Kani for Goliath, and of course Mango, Tianki, and Panda left for Energy. But Energy, they're in such a good lead right now. They can just keep themselves in this one. And well, it's just Adaro now who's left alive and alone, 55 seconds on the clock, and once again, not much to do. He's actually going to drop right into the flames and lose the trade immediately. Energy looking really, really strong.
I mean, that was a quick round indeed.
Yeah.
I saw that you were talking about that, such a quick control of taking secret. I mean, immediately through, I think Massacre actually with the timing, trying to look towards Silo, trying to see if, you know, there's any sort of aggression there. With that timing, just missed Energy Esports just running down secret there. So a bit of CSGO timing there. The smokes there were obviously meant to help out with the flashes, really taking, you know, the focus away from where you should be looking. But so far, Energy seem to be doing that pretty well. They're taking Goliath's focus away. They're really forcing them to think, okay, well, where in goodness gracious are they going? What's happening right now? A little bit slow start from Goliath. I mean, I've seen them just absolutely take control, but we can't count them out yet. I mean, these are the big dogs. These two teams are some of the best lineups that we've seen in ages, and honestly, they're playing. I'm waiting for some big plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Waiting for those big plays to come out. Goliath obviously taking that time out to try and maybe make some big plays of their own going forward. Try and stop what Energy is doing, but what Energy is doing is making their way so quickly in towards A. They just switch their strats up, and that is the perfect time to do so. They've already got A side control. Bomb is going down, and well, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Energy in a great position now. They've got those post plants going up there. Massacre trying to get in towards Heaven. Kani pushing out here, but you'll notice, well, Goliath, they only have pistols, and that's not a great position to be in to try and retake this. Some nades going up into Heaven to try and just stop Goliath from making their way in, and right now not looking good for them at all. They're losing trade after trade, and it's ADM last alive with a Deagle. Nothing to do. This should be another Energy round, all off the back of the fact that they just switched it up once again. Quick, clean work from Energy.
They seem to be really proficient in these quick plays. I mean, just taking control absolutely quickly within the first couple of seconds there. Some nice little one-taps there with the AKs. Unfortunately for Goliath, I mean, it's a save round. You've got pistols going up against these rifles. You know, not much is expected of you. You're always going to be hoping for those quick little 1Ds to just give yourself some extra cash and hopefully a little bit of momentum. But clean round there from Energy, really taking control quite quickly. But here we go. We've got the full buy. We've finally got Goliath in the position that they want to be, trying to take down Energy Esports and hopefully give them a little bit of a competition here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best time for Goliath to try and make that comeback happen. Of course, with that buy that they've got going for themselves, Canny obviously sacrificing a couple of utils and armor for that AWP, and it has to come in clutch right now because they don't really have much to work with. 7 rounds in favor of Energy means that Goliath have to get something on the board, but you could see Lichlord making his way down into vents very quickly, and Energy once again just continuing that pace will be able to do some serious work. So you can see Mango having gone down already, but Zip and Massacre also going down. The fight's happening now, and just absolute devastation. It's Destroyed and Panda last left for Energy. This might be the round that Goliath are looking for, and this could be it. Destroyed last alive with 8 HP. Not much to work with going here, and I think this might be Goliath's round. to put themselves on the board, and they desperately need it destroyed. Not in a good spot, but he's actually going to pull the trigger while he's flashed. A perfect kill, and once again, Energy making this so difficult for Goliath. But finally, the frag will come through, and the defuse should be done here. Finally, Goliath put themselves on the board.
It was a crazy round there. I mean, you were seeing Energy taking the control. You were seeing them, you know, the players all around the map into the positions they want to be. But, well, I guess not unbeknownst to them, but unbeknownst to us, HP was dropping like crazy. Within the first couple of seconds, Energy was down to 20 to 10 to 8 HP, you know, spread across their players. So they really didn't have sort of just the backbone to take those fights, especially those spray downs. You don't have that extra momentum, and that's just good teamwork there from Goliath, ticking away at Energy's HP and just taking it a quick clinical round, really.
Yeah, I mean, Goliath did seem like they had to fight a little bit for that one, but of course, you know, that's no surprise. Energy 7 rounds on the board is nothing to scoff at for sure. Goliath, though, they finally got the one on the board that they needed, and the shots already coming through for Energy going to be making Goliath sweat a little bit. They are going to be putting some shots through the smoke to try and stop Energy from taking secret control once again, but it looks like this time around, Energy taking a little bit of a spread out position at the moment across the map, not getting aggressive as they usually do, trying to switch things up a little bit. We'll see if it works out for them. Of course, Goliath, they only have 4 players now on the board to try and stop the push from Energy, but the question is, where does Energy push? We have 1 minute remaining now to try and make something happen, and well, Goliath, they're gonna have to try and hang on to these bomb sites. Some slow work coming in from Energy. They know they don't want to give anything away for free, but the time is working against them. So they're going to have to make something happen soon. They are edging their way towards the A site. Here comes the execute. Mango leading the charge out through the hut. Lots of shots going to go down, and they're actually not going to get it. The trades do not come through, and Adaro is going to be able to hold on to it. Lichlord trying to get the frags done, and he actually gets 2 with a brilliant swing. Cunny last left alive versus Panda. Now it's Orp versus Orp. But the bomb is in Panda's hands, and he is on B. And that means the bombs will be able to get planted. The question is, can he hold on to it? Such a good start for Energy, but they just lose it all as they try and get onto site with very little time remaining. And that's interesting to see. Energy doing such a good job with the quick plays, but when it comes to the slower stuff, struggling a little bit towards the end. But at the moment, they just have to get over that finish line, just have to make this last rag happen. Can he now moving up? He has switched to the AK to give himself a better chance. All he has to do is find the player, but this will give his position away. He spots out. Can he? But can he get the defuse? That is the question. The Utes are going to get out, but the shot from the AWP not going to hit. Pistol will be able to close it out. There it is. The final one from Panda. Spray through the smoke. It's there. Energy with 8 rounds.
I mean, it was starting to look a little bit shaky there for Energy. Unfortunately, just couldn't get that that pistol shot connected. But thankfully, at the last second, Panda managing to clutch it out for Energy. But I mean, look at these multi-frags coming through from Goliath. I mean, Adaru doing so much work on that A side, taking down 2, immediately shutting down that push from Energy. And great thanks to Lichlord getting 2 of his own immediate 180s to get those kills. And I mean, right now, you're just seeing these individuals on both sides playing like crazy. This is the level that you want to be at. This is where you want to be going.
Yeah. I mean, Goliath are going to be pretty displeased with being so many rounds down, so they're definitely going to be fighting hard to put those rounds on the board. They have been relegated to a couple of those subpar buys, you know, as one would consider, but they're not going to make the most of it at the moment. Destroyed, the first to go down. Energy now with that man disadvantage. They're going to be feeling it as Zip pulls out from his pocket Tianki and Lichlord, the last left alive. Lich managing to hold on to it for the moment, but it's a 3v2. Tianki and Lichlord have to make this happen for Energy. They want to keep this going, and well, they will certainly do that, evening things out 2-2. ADM and Kani now the last ones left, but ADM's got the M4, not able to actually get the spray down. He's going to lose that fight, leave it all up to Kani with a deagle up against these 2 players from Energy with 50 seconds on the board. This should be another Energy round. I don't know if this deal can do it unless it finds the heads, but it won't. It's going to be missing every shot. Kani just not able to find it, but well, he just finds it through the wall instead. He's like, yeah, if I can't find your heads, I'll just find you through the wall instead. Quick rotation from Lichlord now down towards B, but he should be able to get the plant at least. But Kani has made it winnable. I don't think that I don't think that this has to be a save here. I think he can go for this one. He'll be making his way down very quickly. Beukes with the perfect angle, though. Doesn't find a head. Kanye's going to win that one out. It's a defuse coming through for Goliath, and they should be able to put themselves another round on the board. Wow. That
I mean,
really nice
Connie,
clutch.
you can't just stick to the easy shots, can you? No, we have to go and just take it one level up and get it through the wall there. I like what I saw from Goliath there. They changed up the pace. So they didn't have the best buy there. They had a couple of SMGs, you know, some deagles, a farmhouse, not really any sort of rifle to compete against the AKs. Instead, they were like, great, let's take the aggression. Let's take it to energy. Let's just stop their pace and stop their tempo before they can really get anywhere. So I love the change up here by Goliath. It's exactly what you need to do in a situation, or it's one of the things you can do in a situation like that. And I'm hoping to see a little bit more of this, because Energy so far have been pretty dynamic with their tempo, and they've also been pretty aggressive.
Yeah, and speaking of Energy getting so aggressive and just getting immediately shut down, their troubles not working out for them whatsoever. Energy just going to be absolutely destroyed by a perfect round from Goliath, not dropping a single one. And I mean, that lasted like, what, 20 seconds?
It lasted half a sentence from me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what we were waiting for from Goliath. You know, you were talking about how they changed themselves up, and this is exactly what we needed. We needed them to adapt to how Energy was playing, and this is how they do it.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Goliath. They're really starting to just take the pace to Energy, and Energy have seemed to be, you know, one step ahead in terms of this pace change, but Goliath starting to take the control back like we know them to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see if Energy can now keep the pace in their favor. Once again, Panda going to get taken out immediately. The FAMAS doing the work. Massacre holding a good angle. Going to be able to take another one. And once again, Goliath with a great start. Really dismantling Energy bit by bit. They've really started to understand how these players are playing. Destroyed finally managing to get one back. But is it too little too late at the moment for Energy? 2 players versus 4. It's not a great position to be in. It's 2 AKs versus an AK, an M4, and a FAMAS here with 1 minute on the clock. Energy have to make something happen here if they want to keep the rounds going. Now, they've got 8, which is actually a pretty decent score, all things considered. So even if they lose every round after this, they will still have a decent half score. But they want to get more. You definitely want to get as many rounds as possible. ADM now trying to play the angle with the 5-7. He has to find the heads here. They're not peeking him, but he gets one in trade. So he's going to make this so much easier for the rest of his team to hold out. It's destroyed with 39 seconds on the clock. And, well, it's a 1v3 dream if he wants to win this one. Moving in now towards the B-bomb site, slowly just trying to check all those angles, making sure he's not getting caught out. But I don't know how long he has left. The seconds are ticking down. The time is not working for him whatsoever. He's going to be tossing that smoke down to see if he can get the bomb. Should be able to get planted here unless the spam comes through the smoke. Yeah, there it is. Going to be tagging him up. He's on 6 HP, and I think this is over. Yeah, there it is. Spray is going to manage to just take him out, and, well, Goliath are going to put another round on the board for themselves and make a little bit of a comeback.
I mean, good work there from ADM. You know, you would expect the AWPers to hold that angle, then just fall back if you don't get it. But instead, taking the fight to Energy and just wasting the time here. I mean, at max or at worst, you know, he's at least wasting time for Energy, giving his teammates the time to rotate around and get set up for the retake if that's necessary, or just hold that defense. Instead takes one down and puts Destroyed in a position he doesn't really want to be in. So I mean, great work there from ADM, really making it a pivotal change in that round.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been able to hold on to Goliath's hopes for putting rounds on the board. They've managed to take half the score of Energy at the moment, and Energy now putting their way through the smoke to try and get into Secret once again, trying to get that tempo going for themselves. Now they are relegated to those Tech 9s, which means that they have to get aggressive and they have to not miss their shots, because if you miss your shots with the Tech 9, unfortunately it is going to be cheerio. You know, if you land those heads with the Tech 9, it's such a strong weapon, especially with the buff recently, which I love to see. I'm a bit of a Tech 9 fan. I like the weapon, so I'm glad that it's a little bit more relevant these days. Of course, I think the buff happened quite a while ago now. It's a bit old news, but for me, it's pretty cool still. The volley's going to be hitting the ground at the moment to try and push Goliath off the angles as they try and make their way in here. Tianqi going to be first point of contact. He rushes in. The M4 will come up in time. It gets two, doesn't get a third, though. Finally, the trades come through. But ultimately, it's a positive trade for Goliath at the moment. They've got that man advantage going for themselves. It's a 3v4, but it's Tech 9s to try and win this out. They have gotten themselves that M4 upgrade. But is it going to be enough to beat out the players from Goliath here? Energy now moving their way towards that A site, clearing things out, immediately taken by Adaro. He traded out immediately though, but this is the bomb plant they needed. Destroyed going down, it's up to Lich Lord. Bomb is down, but he has to 1v3 this. They're coming from all sides. He has to find this one, and he can't. It is going to be another Goliath round.
A good couple of frags there for Energy. I mean, you know, you can't hope for much, you know, taking a couple of pistols against full buy from Goliath. But a couple of kills, some extra money in the bank, that's going to be great for the economy, especially going through to this 14th round. And I mean, Zip just holding that anchor and just holding the kills. Lichlord, you know, doing the work that needed to be, getting that entry onto the site, trying to get the clutch there. But I mean, in a 1v3 against Goliath, it's a tough one. It's a scary one.
Yeah, definitely a tough one. And yeah, if you can't get those, you know, in a clutch situation, you need to find those kills almost immediately if you're going to be spraying, praying, or trying to get the spray down. Speaking of just stopping me right in my tracks, is ADM. He's going to get a very aggressive whoop. He gets a second 3 for Goliath, and Energy now with one player remaining. That was insane aggression coming out from Goliath. They just close it out immediately. 6 rounds on the board.
I mean, ADM showing why you don't really need the scope on the AWP. I mean, just taking it through you. It's like, it's fine. I'll finish you off with a no scope. It's nothing. The teammates are there ready and backing it up. I mean, Goliath really shutting down this outside aggression from Energy that, you know, they were really just taking in and then catapulting into that sneaky defense there. But instead, Goliath immediately just shutting it down, giving Energy no real sort of entry or opening to get anywhere where they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, Goliath seemed to definitely switch things up and really caught Energy off guard, and Energy not looking like they're sure how to respond to this insane play stuff happening from Goliath. So right now, we're just waiting to see if they can bounce back and maybe get 1 or 2 final rounds on the board before we switch halves. Of course, we are approaching the second half. Slowly but surely, getting our way there. It is 6-8 now in favor of Energy, but Goliath has been coming back in a huge way. Some damage now going down onto Pandas. They try and make their way in towards ramp, trying to take control. Goliath to try and hold on, and the spray coming down from the M4 is going to find one, but it's not good for a second trade immediately coming through. It's going to be a man advantage for Energy for the moment. Adaro has to try and anchor onto the site. He has to win so many fights. He actually dodges out of the flash, gets one, but the spray can't find the second. Is going to mean that it's a 2v2 now remaining. Energy and Goliath. So much riding on this. Lich going to go down. Panda gets the bomb down, but can he hold on to this one? It is a 1v1. Panda versus Kenny. Both have AKs. Panda trying to get sneaky here, trying to rotate around. We'll see if he can make this happen. Kenny now has to move in, searching the spots. The molly should come out momentarily, but he's been spotted, and this should be a shot from Panda, but it's missed. Flash coming out. Can he get it? Can he make it happen? I don't know if the defuse will come in. There's no time. Panda should get this one out. The defuse is too late. No, it's in. It's in. Goliath get 7 rounds. What a comeback.
You had me convinced there. I was like, oh no, that's not the defuse. Come on. Taking it down to the wire is Goliath. Stealing that 7th round away from Energy there. It was really looking, you know, into a dire situation, but Adaru, again, so good with these anchor positions, taking down 2 in the meantime, giving a lot of time. And Connie and Panda, you know, another time that we've seen them into this 1v1 situation, Connie coming out on top this time instead of Panda. So, I mean, a bit of a revenge there instead. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. Goliath, I mean, it's a 7-8 scoreline. You would think, you know, Energy's got the upper hand, but it's so close. These rounds are so close. Considering, you know, we're seeing multi-frags after multi-frags, leaving it into a 1v1 situation when it should have been the other way around. Constantly swinging the advantage are these 2 teams. And I mean, that's just the caliber that we're dealing with right now. It's so good to see Energy finally, you know, showcasing this roster, showcasing what they can do. And against a team like Goliath, I mean, what a way to debut.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Energy really had us convinced in that in the beginning of that first round, you know, first half. Brilliant play, getting all 8 rounds on the board, I think, pretty much back to back. But Goliath, you know, like you said, the caliber of players we're seeing here is no surprise that Goliath can make a bounce back like this and get those 7 rounds on the board. And 7 to 8, yeah, you would say, oh, sure, there's 1 round in the favor of Energy, but in CS, that 1 round can easily be turned around. Now, it is still a lead for Energy, and we're still going to have to see who comes out on top of the second half, because of course now Goliath going to be on the T side and Energy going to have to take the CT side. And well, I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think is the strongest side on this map?
Strongest side on this map? I would rather say it depends on your team. I mean, I've seen the CT defense honestly just being a real thorn in the T side. Depending on where you're taking the aggression, depending on where you're really focusing your, you know, your players. We've seen, you know, that outside control play there from Goliath can really be an annoyance for Energy. So depending on where Energy is going to be holding this focus, and depending on where, you know, the shots are going to be hitting and how they're going to be connecting, I think it's just as even as we're seeing the scoreline.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's see if that is indeed the case. Let's see if these teams continue to be neck and neck. That is the question here, to see if these teams will be able to hold on to it. You can see some very quick movements now. Adaro down towards Vents, heading in towards that B side. Mango trying to see if he'll come back, but it isn't. It's going to be a straight movement from Destroyed, and well, Goliath is pushing down, and they're actually going to get a perfect headshot as they make their way in towards B. Immediate ramp control converted into site control, and Lichlord is the final one left, and never mind, there's Adaro taking him out, and well, Goliath are going to even things out, 8 and 8.
I said where those shots are going to be connecting, and Goliath just proving point there. Headshot after headshot, not making any sort of wasted time there, just taking Energy down bit by bit, honestly, just not giving Energy any sort of time to react there. So this Goliath pace, this honestly, this great control that we've seen in the past, you know, sometimes they take a little bit of time to really understand their enemy and understand their opponents and where they like to take it, but instead, they're the ones in control now. They're the ones setting the pace for this game. Ooh, as I say that.
Quick swings. Look at this. Immediate shots coming out. Energy, once again, down to 1 player and immediately taken out. No holds barred. Energy trying to make something happen, and it's just shut down immediately by Goliath. They'll pick up round 9, and we're heading into round 18 with Goliath in that lead. They've made an incredible comeback.
I feel like every time I talk about pace, there's a 10-second round.
Yeah, that does seem to be how it is right now. We're all like, yeah, and they're doing it so quickly, and then they just end the round in like 10 seconds.
At least they're proving points. At least they're showing us what can be done on this year's game.
Yeah, I mean, it has been exceptionally fast-paced. We've seen some amazing util usage out here once again, but this time, at least both of these teams will have plenty of guns in their hands, and maybe Energy feeling a little bit more confident to try and take these fights. Now you can see Massacre making his way down, Secret in towards those tunnels there, that B site in their crosshairs. Let's see if they can get their way onto that site. Can he? Just trying to see his way towards ramp, maybe spot out an enemy player right now. Waiting to see if Energy can hold on to this one. 1 minute 12 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking, which means Goliath slowly running out of that time to make something happen, but they're getting the setup going. Can they execute it? A little bit more passive than we've seen in the last few rounds. We've seen so much aggression late. It's so weird to see this round lasting so long, and especially with so many players still alive. Every single member of both of these teams still alive, yet to go down. Getting the execute now. They have to make their way in. Still, no one's gone down. It's a just hold on towards both of these sites. Energy, 3 players on A, waiting for something to happen. 30 seconds left on the clock. ADM pushing his way in towards Heavy, spots out a player. Goliath need to pull this trigger. They're running out of time. 25 seconds left. This isn't the 20-second meta. This is CS, and they have to get something done. Can it happen? Zip are gonna go down. Adaro and Canny also. ADM to fall. Now it's just Massacre. And finally, Energy get that round. They put it on the board. It's not gonna work. If you waste so much time, you can't get into that site. Energy close it out.
And I mean, time is just the theme of that round. I was gonna say, you know, it's great confidence to see a team taking the time to, you know, that 20-second mark and being like, that's fine, that's enough time for us to take the execution. But when Tianki is just sitting at the doorway saying, it's not your time, it's not your round, I'm gonna be shutting you down right now. It really doesn't leave much room for Goliath to convert it into anything winnable, because they've wasted as much time as they could possibly get from that round.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you know, you could say Energy wasted a lot of time there, but ultimately Goliath sort of set themselves up for the slow play there, but they didn't find the opening that they wanted, and because they didn't find the opening, they didn't know how to change things up. You know, when you're looking for a slow play like that, what you're looking for is a crack. You're looking for something to crack open the bomb site, to break your way in, and if you don't find it, you need to switch away from the strat. Right now, they're just pushing in towards the A side. Goliath trying to make their way in, and Tianki is once again here to gatekeep, and he takes out another one, getting a third as well. Beautiful pre-fire, and just every single player from Goliath now falling. Energy feeling so comfortable here on the CT side. It's up to Kenny to try and make something happen, but he's got a deagle, and he's in a 1v4. This is not looking great for them right now. Energy finding their feet once again. A beautiful headshot from Kenny, making it a little bit more easy, but 1v3 is still a difficult spot to be in, and with no guns, you're really not giving yourself a great chance here. Goliath not being able to execute any strats successfully now. They got the first two, I think, maybe, but now they're in a little bit of a slump. They're trying to get something to happen, and brute forcing it just doesn't seem to be working, and especially when players like Tianki are playing so brilliantly around those angles, just getting kill after kill, making sure that none of the Goliath players make their way into the site. You know, and when you have players playing like that, well, you're making it very difficult for your opponents to get in there. That's exactly what Energy need to try and get the win here, because they started off so well. Goliath managed to clutch it back out, clap it back, and get some rounds going for themselves. Energy, well, they're not happy with that. Kenny trying to play it, not going to win the fight, and the Energy, they're going to put the 10th round on the board, and potentially the beginning of a little bit of a snowball coming out.
I mean, we're talking about a snowball. Goliath going to be able to buy up here. I mean, they were on pistols the previous round, so not much that we were waiting to expect from them. But Kani, with the beautiful headshot there, managed to recover the gun, hoping for that extra bit of cash there with the bomb plant. But unfortunately, Energy is just one step a little bit too far. Now we should be seeing, you know, the even grounds. Now we should be seeing the fights on even footing. So waiting to see who's going to be hitting the first headshot, who's going to be taking this execute properly, because like we said, the time was a bit of an issue for them, but we've seen these teams just take a 10-second round and take it into a W. So Goliath, I think they're still just going to be playing this as a default, just trying to see where Energy has a crack in the defense and where they can really just use it to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a great you know, spot to be in. You know, get yourself nice and slow, don't do anything too rash, too crazy, you know, look for those cracks. But the thing is, you need to find those cracks, and if you can't, you need to find a way to convert what you're doing into something else. You know, be able to rotate in towards another site, make something happen. You know, if you can't find the cracks, then you just have to brute force and make the cracks yourself, basically. So we'll see if Goliath can do that. Obviously, they're setting up for that execute now. You can see those nades going right in there, try and give themselves that opening that they're looking for to try and get into the site. 45 seconds left. They have to make their way in. They're pushing up towards Secret, and the flash is absolutely perfect. Mango going to be able to take that one. And once again, Goliath just slowly being dismantled here bit by bit. Now Adara is going to be able to win one, but he gets taken down immediately. It's ADM and Zip to try and make it happen. Tianki not going to win the fight this time, and now ADM and Zip have made their way onto the site. Goliath finally have their chance here. Will it be shut down? The bomb does go down, and now it's onto Destroyed and Mango to try and get this one back for Energy. They know exactly where the players are, and that goes down goes Destroyed. Now it's onto Mango. He has to try and make something happen, and it's not going to work. It's another round for Goliath, evening things out 10-10.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Goliath. We said, you know, they have it in them to really take that control and really just force the opponents to play at their pace. And just like that, we were talking about how, you know, Goliath starting to look like they're falling apart. Instead, making an opening there onto the A side and immediately converting, rotating, and taking that A side take. I mean, it was coming pretty close there, down to a 2v2, ended up in Goliath's favor there. I mean, HP wasn't looking too great on the side of Goliath, but they managed to make it work. And the shots that are coming through from these individuals, I mean, the headshots, the angles that they're taking, these fights at, really just catching each other off guard there. I liked the little bit of a cheeky play there that came through there from Mango. We don't see, often, one single CT peeking through from Secret trying to take whoever they can down. It's a bit of a risk because obviously you're going to be facing who knows how many terrorists there. But making it work there, getting those initial entries. Unfortunately, I think for the side of Energy, it was just a case of not getting the frags quick enough. The sprays were there, but unfortunately not converting those into kills started to lose the round there for them.
Yeah, and I mean, when players like Tianki aren't able to get those crucial anchoring shots and making sure to keep hold of sight, then of course it becomes very difficult to hold on. And well, we'll see if Energy can do it again, although this time around they will only have pistols to try and make it happen. But Goliath, well, they've got AKs and a Galil, so they're looking pretty happy for this one. No problem for them. They've got that power in their hands. They've got the tools that they need. They've got plenty of util to use, and they've got time. 1 minute and 20 on the clock. They can definitely make this happen, and this should be an easier round for them to take. If they were to lose this one, or even if it were to go close, I would be very worried, because right now they've got everything going for them. They've got the slow pacing. They're waiting for the cracks to show, because Energy, well, once again, they only have pistols. They don't have any util to stop you from pushing in, which means you can take as much of that map control as you like, and you can see that's exactly what's happening. Adaro pushing right up there, past in towards the spawn, making sure to wrap around from behind. Immediate shot's going to take down a Destroyed, which means that Energy are already one man down, and that is going to continue to be the case as Tianki falls as well. Mango quick to fall after him. Now it's Panda and Lichlord last alive with Deagle and a CZ, and make that just a CZ and make that nothing as Goliath take their 11th round, and exactly what I was expecting out of them from that solid buy.
I mean, it's unfortunate for Energy, on the pistols there, and what Goliath were doing is they were just squashing them into a corner there, not really giving Energy any sort of room to actually make use of those pistols. Weirdly enough, I wasn't really seeing any sort of stack, a double stack that you would expect on a pistol buy. They would instead just holding the defaults, trying to hold, potentially, for a couple of picks here, really just holding a default. So, in considering that Goliath were just all around the map, behind their backs, waiting to take them down, it wasn't looking great for Energy from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I would have been very concerned if Energy had managed to win that one on pistols. We've seen it happen a couple of times where a pistol team will actually win out the round, but that would be very, very concerning. I think Goliath, like you said, the guns, they had everything going for them. Unfortunately for Energy, they were not able to put up the fight, because when you don't have any util, you can't really do anything against the other util coming in. You can't counter it, you can't do anything, which means you're just backed into a corner, and well, we saw the result of that. Goliath managing to close it out. It's still very, very close. 11 rounds to 10 in favor of Goliath, but only just. Energy looking to try and hang on as best they can. We still have all players alive for both teams right now. 1 minute on the clock. Goliath trying to make their way in once again. This executes coming out, trying to make something happen. Energy have to hold on to this one. They have the buy. They've got what they need. They've got the util. They have to hang on to this one if they want to keep themselves. Otherwise, they risk Goliath running away with it once again. And we've seen Goliath. They've made such a great comeback here. You cannot give them anything into this round. Tianki going to spot out one, but he can't make anything happen just yet. He's going to get taken down from behind. Zip trying to get something done, but it's only Massacre left alive at the moment. Energy managing to hold on to this, and that's exactly what they needed, because this was a critical round for them to even things out. Massacre trying to get the taps with the Galil, but it's not coming through for them. Going to switch to the AK to try and make something happen. Spray not going to connect, and instant headshot going to end things out. 11-11.
I mean, good information play there from Energy. Destroyer taking around the flank there to Ramp, getting a lot of information. And as we saw, that Goliath just peeking into two terrorists constantly. Not a fair fight for them. Not an easy one to win, especially when you're trying to take, side control there. So for Energy, good teamwork there. Constantly keeping the numbers advantage in their favor, especially when it's coming to those fights. Because we've seen, I mean, the aim is on par here with the two teams, and for Energy, that would have been a reset if they lost that round. That would have been an economic reset, giving Goliath, a round, maybe 2 rounds, because we know that it's such a tough time having money on the side of CT. There's a lot of information, and there's a lot of investment that you have to make as a CT to be able to be on equal footing with your terrorists. So for them, great round. Pivotal round there. If they had lost that, would have been a tough one to get it back.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. Critical round to win there for Energy, and they did exactly what they needed to do. They won it out, they got the round, and now they're looking to solidify that and keep themselves going into this one. Of course, one of these teams has to pull ahead at some point. Only one of these teams can go home with the W today with this one, and some quick movements from ADM trying to get something to happen from the top of the silos there, but it's going to be Adara to go down instead. And now Goliath going to find themselves on the back foot as they try and make their way in. Energy holding on to these angles quite well. Tempo has been slowed down quite a bit now. Goliath losing that pacing that they were trying to go for, and now they have to try and reset and make this work. Zip trying to get the headshot onto the player towards Secret, but it's not going to connect, and instead he will fall off the angle. 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock is going to be all that Goliath have to work with now as they set their sights on towards the A-bomb site, maybe try and make something happen here. Let's see if they can indeed do that. Now they have very little util to work with here, and Energy still holding on to a decent amount will mean that they are in a good position to try and repel this attack. 50 seconds. It looks like Goliath are probing towards the ramp. Maybe trying to go down towards B. Detroit is going to be the one, or Destroyed is going to be the one to try and hold on. Won't find the headshot, is going to fall back immediately with the molly. Try and recoup on towards the site as the rest of Goliath make their way down towards that ramp and start to take control. 30 seconds left. They've got to win this fight. Destroyed is the only one to try and hold on to, all the rest of the players to rotate. Energy trying to come in now. Destroyed finding all the heads will eventually be taken down. It's on to Zip and Canny to make it happen. Tianki is going to get a nice advantage. Spray by Lich Lord is going to land, and that's going to be Energy. Beautiful, beautiful response.
I mean, they're just holding it down. Like we said, we've seen this teamwork coming through there from Energy, making sure that they constantly have the numbers advantage when they're taking that fight. And that's what you want to do as a CT. You want to constantly, I mean, that's what you just want to do in general as CS. You want to constantly have the advantage taking into, you know, that 1v1, that 1v2, whatever the situation is. For Energy, the rotations are, they're exactly where they need to be, man. You're taking that information and you're doing what you need to do with it. So good teamwork here coming through from Energy, and I'm liking what I'm seeing now from Goliath. A little bit of a pace change here. I mean, you're on the pistols. Let's get a bit more aggressive.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's definitely nice to see some aggression coming in, especially when you're on those pistols. Definitely unexpected for the enemy team. But once again, we're going to see Goliath moving in and being repelled quite quickly. The tempo not working out for them. They're obviously util disadvantage is going to mean they can't fire back at all. Now, brilliant little couple of shots there from Destroyed there. Of course, the AUG, nice to hold down those angles with. We'll be able to hold on to this one. Make sure that Goliath can't get any of that ramp control that they like to get. Destroyed should be able to win this one out unless Goliath has anything to say about it, but the heads will be found at the moment now. Energy managing to just hold on to this one quite well. Adara, the last one left alive, and it's not going to be anything to do with that. Energy, 13 rounds now.
These pistol rounds just don't seem to be going the way of either teams tonight. Again, Goliath, they're on the pistol round, you know, trying to take that initial aggression there. They had some good tempo, but unfortunately the utility shutting them down. Fantastic, you know, that's all right. Let's wait for the smoke and then let's take it thereafter. Instead, Goliath, you know, they're opting out, they're spreading out to try and get information, and then one by one, we're taking aggression, we're peeking one by one, you know, into the crosshair of Destroyed and whoever's there to back him up, ready and waiting. So for them, I mean, it's a pistol, but don't put yourself at that of a disadvantage. You know, let's keep the numbers together.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit more aggression out of them could have potentially swung the tides, but speaking of swinging, Adara going to try and jump down swinging, taken out pretty much immediately. Same with Canny and ADM as well. Zip going to go down. Just Energy holding on to every single angle with absolute perfection, and now it's on to Massacre. He will find Mango, but is it too little too late? I think it might just be 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock, and he has to do so much work here. 1v4 for Massacre to try and win this one out. He has the AK, so if he finds the heads, it might be doable, but he has to find every single one. There's a player spotted, knows where Tianki is, but they don't have to do anything. Energy can just play time here. They do not need to get aggressive. Massacre is the one that needs to have, or make the work. And, well, that's a good start. 1v3 now as he takes down Tianki, spotting him. Those legs down just beneath the smoke is going to try and make his way around here. Of course, that bomb is down, which means he does have to go and retrieve it. 39 seconds on the clock is not much to work with, especially in a 1v3. Once again, it is down to those heads. If he can find the heads, he might just give himself a chance here, but he has to clear all the angles, and he actually will. There's the head. That's exactly what I was talking about. He's given himself another chance here. 1v2 is so much more doable, but with 20 seconds, it has to be perfect. He will be finding the bomb. That gives him a good chance. 15 seconds. This bomb has to go down. If Energy push him now, I think this might be it. And there it is. A quick swing from Destroyed will close it out. Energy will pick up the 14th round, and so close to that match point.
I was on the side of Massacre there. He was looking so good for the ace clutch there. I mean, nice little cheeky one tap there onto Ramp, managing to get the bomb. Had the advantage. Both players were towards Ramp. Really didn't. Well, I say towards Ramp, but unfortunately, within Squeaky, laying wake was one of the players there from Energy, ready to take through and win the round. So it was looking really great for Massacre as well, just trying to convert what was an unfortunate round there for Goliath from the beginning, because Destroyed is just too good with the Org on Ramp, man. He's taking the spray downs one by one.
Yeah, I mean, that is not much to be said about that. That is 100% true. Now, what is also 100% true is Goliath losing 4 of their players and leaving ADM with a Deagle in a 1v4 with less than 50 HP. And, well, we all know how that ends. It's going to be match point for Energy.
You see, I was just talking about how good, Destroyed was with the spray control. And then Mango and Lishord were like, hey, give us some attention. We can do that too.
Yeah.
We can show some multi-frags here and there. So Energy really looking good. Individually, they're hitting the shots, they're hitting the multi-frags, they're doing so much work, shutting down these rounds, as we just saw, within seconds, because they're getting the kills that they need to do. And Goliath, Adaru already starting off with 27 HP there?
Yeah, that's a bit of a rip.
I'm assuming we're seeing a pause here. I'm not sure what's happening. Unfortunately, Goliath's still in T-spawn.
Yeah. Well, yeah, okay, so there we go. I was also getting a bit confused there. But there it is.
Surely that's a reset, yes?
Yeah,
maybe.
it has to be. It has to be.
Oh my god. Unfortunate situation there, but thank goodness we have the admins ready and waiting to do what needs to be done. So 15-11. Talk to me. What's happening right now for Goliath? I mean, I spoke a little bit about peaking one by one, but I mean, in a pistol round, come on, we know we can't do much about that. Second round, literally the round right after I just said, Destroyed, just taking heads by heads. There we go. Happens again, 3K. And I mean, it's not a case of them peaking one by one. I mean, they're literally behind each other a millisecond of the time, but unfortunately, Energy seem to be time and time again just getting the entry frags and getting those multi-frags, shutting down that aggression immediately.
Yeah, I mean, in our minds, it might seem like, Goliath have really been dominating on this map, but you have to remember how Energy started this one out. They started this one out with such a strong showing, their best foot forward. They got so many rounds for themselves. Sure, Goliath got an absolutely brilliant comeback, and they managed to string together back-to-back rounds to get them all the way up even. But once again, we see Energy putting their best foot forward, but this time, they're managing to keep that going for themselves. Goliath not able to find their footing on this half, and they just haven't been able to find the same success on the T side as they have in the previous half. So right now, Energy looking to close this one out. They are 1 round away from this W, and they could potentially take it here. Goliath have to put up such a fight to keep this going, and of course, if they do manage to put up the fight, they're working towards that overtime. That's what they're working for right now, and that is a daunting task ahead of any team, regardless of who you are. Kenny going to be able to swing and take one. That's a great start for Goliath to try and hold on to this one. If they're looking towards that overtime, that's a great way to start things out, but they still have lots of work to do. Tianki Panda and Lich Lord still alive for Energy, but for the moment, Goliath with that man advantage. There are 55 seconds left on the clock, though, so they're going to have to make this happen once again, and we've seen how time can be Goliath's worst enemy. Let's see if it happens again, or if they will be able to manage to get in towards this, get those kills, get the bomb down, make something happen. Tianki now with the flank, trying to make his way in, spot any sneaky players. Actually does spot one out moving towards ramp, but that has given them the information that they need. Goliath now having to respond to this one. They're moving down towards the B side as quickly as possible. ADM waiting to see if somebody drops, but no one is dropping just yet. 20 seconds on. The bomb is down. Energy now having to retake this site. Goliath getting into those post plants. So this is a great way to start things out, and it might just be a save coming out here from Energy, which is probably a good idea.
I mean, looking at the money, looking at the numbers advantage, the 3 versus 5. Unfortunately, Energy had the information there, but Tianki just a hair away from getting that frag and just putting it on to a little bit of an equal number advantage there. So unfortunately, Goliath, well, unfortunately for Energy Esports, but great for Goliath as they're going to be taking their 12th round away here. Energy looking strong in terms of economy going into the next round. Also, considering that they're going to be able to save these couple of rounds, they're looking good. They've got the rounds to play around with. Oh, Eddie Hem on the hunt takes down Lichlord, so that's one less rifle, but it's fine. We've got the money in the bank.
Yeah.
Panda can drop pretty much everyone in the team at this point. Looking good with those double digits in the thousands. So Energy's got the rounds. Goliath are on the comeback to get the tie. There is no overtime, unfortunately, because it is a BO1. So hopefully trying to get it to tie out. It's going to be a good round either way. Looking really good is Goliath changing up the pace and getting those entries. I'm interested to see how Energy are going to take this if they do in fact get it.
Yeah, well, they are on the precipice of being able to take it here and pretty much just need to close it out, get across that finish line. That's all that Energy needs to do right now. They've given themselves a pretty good chance at doing that with that previous save there. Of course, Panda plenty of money as well. Like you said, he'd be able to buy them. And ADM dropping first is going to be a good signal for Energy to keep pulling that trigger, to push their luck in towards this one, or push that advantage at least in towards this one. 1 minute 15 on the clock. And they've got that man advantage now going for them. Energy so close. If they can keep this going, if they can keep those headshots coming, then well, this might be the W for them that they've been working so hard to get right now. Slow pace coming out from Goliath once again, which seems to be their fallback at the moment when they can't get that pacing right, when they can't get that tempo going. They start falling back, playing a little bit slowly, trying to find those cracks, but are there any cracks in Energy's defense right now? I'm not too sure. Once again, it's Canny trying to peek it towards the ramp and destroy. Like we've seen time and time again, so good at defending this ramp area. And it's just so difficult for Goliath to push in. They can't find the kills that they need, and the utility is going to be spent once again. And Goliath are going to have to readjust their aim and maybe look towards the A site. Or drop down into vents and maybe sneak their way in. We'll see if that comes out for them. Canny on a perfect little sneaky flank, but the trade's now coming out. It's going to leave them in a 2v2. 10 seconds left, but the bomb will be able to go down here. Now it's on to Destroy. He finds the one, and this is all on Adaro. He has to make this happen for the team, otherwise Energy will take this. It's a 2v1. Adaro has to find everything, and he has 39 HP and an AK to try and make it happen. Goliath doesn't have much left in the tank. Adaro has to find everything here. The spray will not connect just yet. Still trying to make it happen, but he is being covered. Energy will be able to get this defuse unless Adaro manages to swing, and he cannot. The defuse comes through, the kill will be there, and that is Energy winning the round and winning the match.
I mean, goodness gracious, could you take it even closer? Really, just towards the end, their Energy looking just stronger in terms of the multi-frags there, and unfortunately for Goliath, they just couldn't find the crack in the defense there. Energy looking really strong, and I'm liking what I'm seeing, but also we can't count out Goliath there. Really, the rounds don't even show how close every single round was there. I mean, we're taking 1v1s, looking really good on both sides, and I'm excited to see what happens when they match up again.
Yeah, absolutely. Energy making a great debut for their first match out here. Definitely a really good showing, especially against the giants that are Goliath. In any case, thank you so much for joining us in this match. It has been very, very entertaining, very interesting. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. And, well, that's it from us. I think we will throw it back to the desk, and we will see you guys again pretty soon.
Thank you so very much, casters. What a game. GG's indeed for this team, because the energy they started the game off is the way they've clashed it.
Yeah.
And what a momentum to, of course, start this league with.
Yeah, it was a good momentum starting with this game, and it was an interesting game as well. When we started, Energy just taking 7 rounds right off the bat away from Goliath, and that too on the T side. That in itself was a pretty big advantage going into the second half. But Goliath did not make it easy, just coming back in inch by inch and switching the half with the 7-8 scoreline in towards the second half. So I want to compare this game of Nuke that Goliath played against the last one they played against ATK, and it was interesting in the sense that the last time the CT side for Goliath was the side that they outshined on. It looked really strong. Their setups were pretty clean. They had good crossfire setup and were constantly baiting out a lot of utility early on from the opposing side of ATK, and were able to counter their aggression as well. But this time, on the T side is where Goliath sort of pulled in the most round for themselves. CT side early on, it felt little weird. It was like Goliath wasn't being themselves, aggressing in towards outer, just trying to take the fights and trying to stop energy in their tracks. Wasn't really working out for them, but once they sort of calmed down, started holding their angle, started just positioning on towards the side, on towards ramp that goes towards B, and just waiting for energy to come in towards them instead of them heading into the crosses of the players of Energy Esports. That when Goliath started to get some rounds for themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at all the previous games that Goliath has played up until now in the UMZANSI Esports League, one thing I have noticed is the fact that Goliath, initially, whatever game they get started with, they take a slow, steady pace. They try and understand the opponents that they're going against. And once they get their rhythm set, that's when they bring up that momentum and certainly start rolling the rounds in their favor. But yes, another wonderful point that you brought out, Super Johnny, is again the fact that we've noticed when it comes to South African teams and the teams that have played thus far in the UMZANSI, it's a little different how the maps are categorized and structured for them, because we look at it in terms of CT's probably going to be having a better gameplay, but on the other side, when you look at the game, it's a completely different result.
Exactly, teams pulling up more rounds on the T side from both the teams, in fact. But, alright, I talked about the first half till now. Let's move on till the second half. I mean, the highlights are still for the first half, wherein we do see Goliath on the back foot, but this is the point where they start their comeback. This is the point wherein Energy, even though they were putting Goliath in tough situations again and again, Goliath, they were being patient. See, Energy Esports, they were constantly being forced on those ecos again and again, because of which the trouble was being created for them. And talking about the second half, at one point the score lines were tied, but Energy somehow just managing to get the victory for themselves, just outplaying Goliath. Being patient was the key to, I guess you can say, just beat Goliath. ATK, they had different strategy, but Energy Esports, really amazing gameplay from them.
Absolutely. I mean, just like I said, I mean, that's a wonderful energy to get their league started off. And this is their first match. This is the first match. I mean, that's the momentum you're going to get rolling with, and that too against the team like Goliath Gaming is, of course, going to be wonderful energy and synergy going across this entire team of Energy Esports. With that, let's also have a look at the leaderboard and find out how other teams are looking after this game.
Yeah, Energy Esports, 1 game played, 1 victory, 3 points to them. So they're going to be sitting on the 4th position. But tomorrow is also going to be interesting. Tomorrow we get to see White Rabbit Gaming and see what they're all about.
Absolutely. That is another team that we have not seen. The only team that, off of the 8 teams that are part of Umzansi, we've not seen. And of course, that team will be in, well, against the Crosshairs. Or, well, I'm not entirely sure because I forget what team they're going against. That's the only reason I... nevertheless, we are certainly going to be looking at White Rabbit Gaming. That is the end of the discussion itself. And again, when it comes to the team, I'm certainly hoping that they're going to be pulling some rats out of the hat, because after all those clutches and those victories, that is what this is about. And of course, as of now, Goliath looking like a dominating force, but for how long is the question?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a big question. And talking about tomorrow's match of White Rabbit Gaming, I want to see one of their games first before we actually see, alright, this is what this team is about. Because right now we're getting like slight ideas. Alright, ATK is the aggressive ones.
Indeed.
Sinister 5, they are the ones who played mind games, and they are the ones who are the most patient. Goliath Gaming, they like to give away a few rounds before they start to step back in. So stuff like that. But White Rabbit Gaming, total wildcard coming in.
Absolutely. I mean, that is certainly going to be wonderful indeed. And this is, of course, week number 3 of the UMZANSI Esports League. If you're hearing it for the first time, well, where have you been? Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, just bookmark it, name it, put it down in your calendars, because Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, you need to be joining us on Jinx TV for this wonderful league, where indeed we've got 4 games: FIFA, Tekken 7, we move on PUBG, and of course to close the day off it is Counter-Strike, where we have a wonderful league going on. 500,000 grands prize pool is what we're talking about, and for that of course there are some wonderful teams that we're showcasing.
Yeah, it is an amazing time, and the teams that are playing, they are pretty incredible as well. We have seen a lot of interesting action so far, but that's not going to be it. The league is long stretched out, and
yes.
as the casters were talking about it as well, this is the first time these teams have played against each other. There's going to be more matchups where they're going to be facing each other, and the teams are going to be having more information every time they play. Every single time they face off, it's going to get a lot more intense. And since the league started, I mean, since the week 1,
Right.
we have seen matches get closer and closer.
Yes. That is so true. That is so very true. And that is the beauty of the league itself, because after all these teams that nobody had heard of or certain peeps had heard of will eventually pick up that baton and just move on across such wonderful names like Goliath Gaming and ATK and Sinister 5, and I mean all of them are wonderfully, incredibly talented players. And again, who will take that reign at the end of season 1? Of course, only time will tell. But along with that, of course, your predictions do come in and certainly do motivate these teams. So hashtag Umzansi and let these teams know which one are you following, what is that one player that you're wanting and rooting for. Now alongside which, one thing more to talk about is of course the Inkosi Super Cup. That does end up happening on Tuesdays, and that is something you can catch live on our Nodwin Gaming channel on YouTube, because we have some wonderful teams, some very, I don't want to call them underdogs. I just don't like the word.
Yeah, I mean, we have had our experiences wherein teams that we thought were going to be underdog in a matchup ended up beating the Giants in our scene. Yeah, it happens a lot.
That's certainly does so many times. With that, let's also segue and find out who was the MVP in this match today.
I mean, makes sense. Dropping a 30 bomb early on in the game, destroyed 34 kills in total, impact rating of 1.8, ADR of 105, multi-kills 10, entry frags 3. Constantly we saw this guy in action, and just making sure that whatever mistakes were being made by the other people, be it on the opposing team, he was going to punish them for them. If it was from one of his own teammates, he was making sure that it was covered up. As soon as one of the teammate would fall, the instant trade would come in.
Exactly. I mean, that dude was just trotting along against Goliath Gaming's lineup today and just defeating them left, right, and center and bringing those clutches for the team. And with that, this segment of our Counter-Strike does come to an end. Along with that, of course, the stream does come to an end. But that's not it. Of course, tomorrow we'll be back again with, of course, all the 4 games and all the live action. But up until then, I'm your host, Blotter, joined in with Super Johnny saying sayonara. Take care. Stay awesome.